destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Good morning. This is your weekend game day destination, Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. I am Kate Constable here with you for the next 5 hours. You can join us, one, by listening as you are now, by watching over on YouTube, or by calling into the show. We would love to hear from you throughout the show on the various topics that we will be discussing. Talk, text, all of that stuff. The line is 310-840-4910. PJ Glasser is going to join me in an hour, and he'll co-host the rest of the show for me. PJ likes to sleep in a little, enjoy his morning Sunday coffee, and then he jumps on. I'm kidding. PJ is doing some other work right now, so he'll join us in an hour and be with me for the final 4 hours of the show. A lot to get to today with the World Cup. The final championship game this afternoon, Argentina, Spain. You have Messi versus Yamal, and it's going to be an incredible game. That coming your way at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be on air as that game is going on, and we'll preview it. We'll talk about all the angles, and then we will keep you up to date as that game unfolds while we are live on air. We also have MLB stuff. Is that the correct word? I mean, we're at the second half of the season with the All-Star break over now, the trade deadline rapidly approaching. So we'll go over some storylines, things to look for in this next second half-ish, the last couple months of the season. Where is LeBron James going? Is he going to Philly? Is he hinting? Is he leaving Taylor Swift-like Easter eggs? With some of the comments he made at Fanatics Fest this weekend. So we'll talk a little LeBron. And then, of course, NFL rules all. The season's right around the corner. Training camp starts in just a few weeks for a lot of teams. We have preseason games in, late August. So that is ramping up hot and heavy. We'll talk some NFL throughout the show as well. Jimmy Watkins is going to join us to talk some Cleveland storylines throughout the show. He's a sports writer for Cleveland.com. He'll talk to us about the Browns, talk to us about LeBron and the Cavs, what's going on there. And then we also have Martino Pucci, who's going to join us to talk World Cup a little later on in the show. But we're going to start today, as we do not on most Sundays, on every Sunday here on BetMGM Game Day. And that is with what we call our high five, our 5 biggest storylines of the week to recap. And we'll start them out with number 5.
I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And yeah, to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
Bryson DeChambeau, polarizing, making drama, being a part of drama? Yeah, that's not a whole lot of new stuff for the PGA Tour, but that was Rory McIlroy talking about Bryson DeChambeau. He had a 2-stroke penalty for improving his lie in the second round on the 5th hole. And so Bryson's been kind of the talk of the town. We will dive into the Open Championship throughout the show. Cameron Young right now is tied for the lead with Siwoo Kim. Both of those players sitting at 10 under. Cameron Young 7 under through 17 today. So a 7 under today. 8 under was the course low earlier this week and a major record. That's shooting a 62. So Cameron Young is right around that mark. Sam Burns, who entered today with the lead, he is +2. So an 8 under, tied for, no, not tied. He's sitting solo in 4th. And then Scottie Scheffler moving up the board here. He's 3 under on the day, sitting 7 under for the tournament, just 3 strokes behind the lead. And Bryson, he's all the way back down to tied for 10th. So we will dive into the Open a little bit more deeper throughout the show and keep you abreast on what's going on there. But let's move on to our number 4.
I want to, join a franchise that kind of shares the same, motto as myself, and that's like practicing championship habits every day, but trusting the process more than anything. I think when you trust the process of actually getting to that point.
Trusting the process.
I've been saying the process since I was drafted in 2003. I don't even know if he was even born yet.
Yeah, LeBron there said he's been trusting the process since he was drafted in 2003. Is that for real, or is he hinting at some Easter egg type things, leaving some breadcrumbs for everyone to kind of try and figure out of where he's going? You heard the crowd there at Fanatics Fest reacting to him saying trust the process. Those might have been some Philly fans out there getting a little riled up. Does that mean LeBron's going to Philadelphia? No. Does that mean it's a possibility? Maybe. Literally no one knows. I also saw a theory of LeBron who posted a bunch of wolves, the wolf emoji rather, on an Instagram post a couple days ago. Does that mean that he's going to the Minnesota Timberwolves? Maybe not. Literally no one except LeBron James and probably his wife Savannah James know. I think Rich Paul is in the know, but I'm not even sure Rich Paul knows exactly where LeBron's going. We'll try and figure that out ourselves throughout the show. Let's hit number 3.
Johnson pokes it away. Under 10. Clark fires.
That sound courtesy of Ion. Caitlin Clark doing Caitlin Clark-like things. That game was Friday night's game. The Indiana Fever, Seattle Storm. Clark hit a dagger 3 late in that game. The Fever, they win by 3. And Caitlin Clark, she drops 45 points, 10 assists, 4 steals in that game. Becomes the fastest player to 200 3-pointers. It's just kind of Caitlin Clark reminding everyone that she still got it, despite some down shooting, despite some lower percentages this year, despite some injuries. Caitlin Clark, she can still go off when it's needed. Fever also played last night. Didn't quite go off in that one, but Kelsey Mitchell, her teammate, did. She had 33 points. Caitlin Clark finished with 17, 5 of 14. So very inefficient from the field. She also picked up her 6th technical So Caitlin Clark continues to talk to the refs in a way that they don't particularly care for. But as sports fans, WNBA fans, you gotta love the passion. But that is also part of what is talk about Bryson DeChambeau being polarizing. Caitlin Clark also kind of polarizing for some WNBA fans and all the discourse out there surrounding that. Let us go to the pitch. Number 2 here.
2.
Saka sweeps it on. Watkins has gone up with Carlo, who's been like a machine since he came on. But look at Bellingham. Bellingham wins it back. Lacroix back there for France. Bellingham with a step over. Bellingham with a cut back. Bellingham's going to win it surely. Bellingham! 6-4. 10 goals in the game. And England's number 10 decides it. What a match.
Yeah, if you had the over in that game, you're pretty comfortable. Very early on, 4 goals by England in the first half there. That sound credit to Fox. Thank you for that. I mean, for a third place game, that's about as good as it gets, right? Extremely exciting. France comes out in the second half, 2 goals early. They net another. Mbappe has 2, so he is now the leader of the Golden Boot, which I think it's going to be pretty tough for Messi to overtake him on that. And Mbappe needed those 2 goals to kind of solidify that because Messi has the edge in assists. So had those 2 been tied at the end of the World Cup, the Golden Boot would have gone to Messi with the assist being the tiebreaker. But Mbappe, he nets 2. Bellingham scores again very late in stoppage time to seal the deal for England, 6-4. I mean, as fun as that game was, it's hard to imagine that type of game, that type of scoring would have happened if this was the World Cup final. Because I read a bunch that people were like, oh my gosh, that game should have been the final. How exciting was it? Well, it kind of felt like it was like an all-star game where not a whole lot of defense being played, a whole lot of offense. I mean, let's pad the stats. Let's do all that type of stuff. Whereas I think if this was a real World Cup final game and not essentially a consolation trophy, the teams might have been playing a little bit tougher, a little bit more focused, better defense, some of that type of stuff where we wouldn't have seen a 6-4 game, 10 goals scored in that game. When was the last time you had 10 goals scored in a World Cup match? I mean, I don't have the number in front of me, but I'd imagine it was a pretty long time ago, if not ever, because that doesn't typically happen in soccer, especially in the World Cup, and especially in a extremely meaningful World Cup game like this afternoon's is going to be. So it's extremely fun for entertainment purposes to see England play, to see Jude Bellingham again, to see Mbappe again, to see both of those star players score, and for this to be a high-scoring game, especially with a potential comeback in the second half, the way France played this one out. It was a great Saturday afternoon third place game. It is not the final. It should not have been the final. But it was fun. And thank you to Grant behind the scenes here. June 15th, 1982, Hungary defeated El Salvador 10-1 in group stage. That was the last time a 10-goal game happened in the World Cup. So 1982, yeah, I wasn't born then. So that was quite some time ago. And I feel like I am fairly old at this point in my life right now. So yeah, while ago. Let's go to our number 1 for today.
1.
Gonzalez. In for Alexis McAllister! Off the pole, second time today! And Spence beats Messi to the loose ball. Still in. Spence might be hurt. Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Oh, there it is! Lautaro Martinez! Stoppage time! Go-ahead goal for Argentina!
Thank you to Fox for that sound. That is Messi to Martinez for the win versus England in the semifinals. That sends Messi and Argentina to today's World Cup final where they will face Spain. Spain has been kind of the steady hand throughout the tournament, hasn't given up many goals whatsoever. Its defense has been dominant, but Argentina just seems to find a way towards the end of these matches to put the game away, to win, to come back late, to do whatever it takes essentially to win, which is why they are in the World Cup final this afternoon. Again, that game 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central. And we will break that down. One with PJ Glasser. Again, we'll dive deeper into the ins and outs, the nitty gritty of that game in about an hour, and then keep you updated as the show goes on, as the game unfolds a little bit later, because we will be on the air as that game is happening. So World Cup final is now set. Odds to win in 90. Let's talk about that. How to bet this afternoon. Spain is plus 130, Argentina plus 240. So right there, it tells you, the books also believe that Spain is the favorite here. A draw in regulation, plus 200. I think that is the way to go. That to me is, I think this is going to be a 1-1 game at the end of regulation. I think we're going into extra time. I would love if we went into penalty kicks with all of this. So in order to lift the trophy, in order just to win outright, Spain minus 152, Argentina plus 130. Spain has only won the World Cup once. That was in 2010. Argentina going for their fourth and looking to become the first nation since Brazil in 1962 to repeat as World Cup champs. They also do have Messi, the greatest player in the world. Maybe you put arguably in front of that comment. Maybe you don't, depending on how you feel about him. But what Messi's done in this tournament is nothing short of incredible, especially at the age 39. And to take an Argentina team that won the last World Cup 4 years ago and potentially be on the brink of a back-to-back. Can you say back-to-back if it's 4 years apart? Yeah, it's still back-to-back tournaments. To take him and try and win 2 consecutive and only become the third nation ever to do that is pretty incredible. So my bet on this one, draw in regulation, 2-1 odds over at BetMGM. I think that is the way to go here as we dive into World Cup talk. There's some storylines that I want to get to in terms of what we can be looking at throughout this World Cup. We'll talk about that coming up next. We're also going to do some NFL win totals. Caitlin Clark we previewed or recapped rather the big game she had over the weekend. We'll talk a little bit deeper about how her season is going. That's coming up your way over the next 5 hours here on Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Game Day with Kate Constable.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This segment here on Westwood One Sports is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressive.com. Love it. A little Ricky Martin to start things off here on Sunday. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I am Kate Constable. PJ Glasser will join me in about 40 minutes. He'll co-host the rest of the show with me. We'll be with you for the next 4.5 hours, talking all things World Cup today. Lots of that previewing. We'll check in on the Open right now. Leaderboard. Siwoo Kim has just taken the top spot. He's at 10 under. Cameron Young, he's having a phenomenal round. Actually, he just finished that round. Shot a 64 today, a 6 under. That has him tied for second right now with Ryan Fox at 9 under. Sam Burns, 2 over for the day. He's sitting at 8 under in 4th place right now. But again, we will check in, keep you updated on those scores as the show goes on. It's just, I always have Twitter pulled up, X, whatever you want to call it, throughout the show. And during our commercial breaks, I kind of scroll through, see if there's anything worth mentioning, anything that I've missed. And of course, I mean, why would this not be front and center on Twitter? Is the man who won't shut up on Twitter or social media is Brandon Ayuk. He's taken another shot at Kyle Shanahan. He just posted on his Twitter account or maybe Instagram. I don't know. It's a screenshot. And Brandon Ayuk writes, "Coach want me to come back so I can draw all the coverage and make it easy for the guys that remind him of himself from back in his heyday." Thumbs down emoji, laughing emoji, trash can emoji. Brandon Ayuk. Was not planning on talking about Brandon Ayuk much today, and I'm not going to spend much time on it. But if I could offer some advice to Brandon Ayuk, it'd be the same advice that I think he's probably been offered over the last month or so, is to shut your mouth, log off of social media. He's not doing himself any favors. And if the Commanders are still the spot that he wants to go to, he's probably ruined that with a lot of his social media antics so far. Brandon Ayuk, I don't believe, is going to play another down in the National Football League because of what he's been doing on social media and all the talk. He's kind of making himself look like an unhinged individual right now. And so now he's taking shots at his former coach, Kyle Shanahan, although I guess I should say his current head coach, because he hasn't been released by the 49ers. He's still technically on the payroll for the 49ers. But I think that, Brandon Ayuk, maybe we take a break, maybe Sunday, day of rest. Let's log off. Let's just relax, go kick your feet up somewhere and get off social media. Stop taking shots at your former team. They're the ones that can essentially keep you alive in the NFL. So not a great look for Brandon Ayuk, but then again, I mean, it's not been a great summer look for Brandon Ayuk. But interesting enough. We will dive into more NFL talk later on in the show. We've got top 10 quarterbacks, that list. We love lists at this time of the season. ESPN revealed their annual top 10 quarterback lists that's voted on by executives. Some controversy. Number 1 overall is Josh Allen. Number 10 on that list is Caleb Williams. We'll tell you who the other 8 are in between those and give you our thoughts a little later on in the show. Martino Puccio is going to join us at the 1:00 Eastern hour. He is the host of That Milan podcast and covers soccer for Game Day Garage. So again, more World Cup stuff. And then Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com will join us at 12:20 Eastern to talk about the Cavs and LeBron and what's going on with the Browns this year. So that's all coming your way. Let's dive into a little bit more World Cup stuff here. Again, we went over the odds in the last segment, but we'll just recap those. They've shifted just ever so slightly. Spain to win in 90 is plus 125. The draw is plus 195, and Argentina is plus 250. For Spain to win outright to lift the trophy, minus 160. Argentina plus 125. So Spain is the favorites today, but Argentina has been this team throughout the entire tournament that just seems to find a way to win when it's all said and done. They're going for second consecutive World Cup, first nation to repeat since Brazil in 62. And Argentina, they have scored their game winners in extra or stoppage time in all 4 of their World Cup knockout round matches. That's half of its goals coming after the 75th minute. I mean, at some point you would think something kind of has to give, but then again, does it really? Because this is a team that has experience. You have the best player in the world in Messi, and they kind of understand how to play this type of game, how to play late in games, and how to execute down the stretch. And that's something that we haven't seen Spain have to do a whole lot in this tournament because their defense has been so good and they haven't given up very many goals. So they haven't really been down. They haven't had to come back late in games and have that pressure on them. So we'll see if that continues to be kind of how this one plays out, with Spain kind of controlling pace the entire time. Does Argentina get down? Do they have to come back? If they do, I mean, I put my money on Argentina to make it a game late in the game, but does that lead to a win? That's what we're going to have to find out. But throughout this afternoon, there are some storylines that we can talk about going into this game, more so than just the X's and O's on the field. And I think one of the biggest ones is that, could this become the perfect ending for Messi? Or is the ending already, does this game really even matter in terms of Messi's legacy? And if this is, well, you'd imagine this is his last World Cup, does he have to win this for the legacy, for the ending of his career to be perfect? He won in 2022. They beat France. The conversation going into that World Cup was, can Messi finally win one? And he answered that question fairly easily. Now they're trying to become, again, the first team to defend its title since 62. But I think what's different about this World Cup for Messi is the way that he is doing this. He's been scoring goals, he's been assisting, but he's not doing it in the sense that he's the most athletic player on the field. And I guess that's never really been his game, more strategic. But looking at, there's been so many maps and graphs and breaking down the numbers and his chart on the field. And you look at the way Messi's doing it, he has spent 64% of this World Cup just walking. I feel like I could get out there and do that. I could walk 64% of the time on the World Cup. Sure, that seems easy. He's been standing still 25% of the time. I feel like I could also do that. I'm pretty good at just, not moving around a whole lot, just standing still. So more than, that's more than 3/4 of the game. Messi's barely doing anything in terms of roaming the field, roaming, his side, all that. He's just kind of out there. But being out there draws enough attention where it matters. 8.6% of the time, and we're getting into the point numbers, the tenths, is he breaks into a jog. The tournament average of players jogging throughout a game is 23%. Messi is jogging 8% of the time, yet he still ranks third in touches in the attacking third. He's created the third most big chances throughout the tournament, 15 of them, and he has 8 goals. And again, if Mbappe doesn't score 2 goals in what was essentially an exhibition game yesterday in the third place game against England, Messi likely wins the Golden Boot because he has the assist edge on Mbappe. But what I think that shows in terms of what Messi's been able to do in this tournament versus 4 years ago, or versus Copa America, versus anything else, any big tournament that he plays in, is that he can kind of lead 2 different versions of Argentina. He could lead that team 4 years ago that was a little bit more emotionally charged, that kind of had their big breakthrough. And then he can lead as an older player, as someone who has essentially, this Argentina has essentially survived everyone's best shot at them throughout the tournament. And Messi's come up big in the biggest moments. So he doesn't have to do a whole lot in the field in terms of moving around and, sprinting here and there or jogging, whatever it is. He can kind of just be out there. And when the time comes and when the other team, the opponent, when they make a mistake, that's when Messi smells blood in the water. And that's when Messi does what Messi does and capitalizes on those opportunities. When Messi is on the field, the margin for error for any other team is far greater than when he is off the field, even if he is only jogging 8% of the time when he's on the field. If he's standing 25% of the time. When Messi's on the field, any small mistake is when Argentina is able to capitalize. And that's why late in games, the poise, the calmness of Messi has been just absolutely incredible. So I don't think he needs this game. I don't think he needs the win to cement his legacy. I think we would still be talking about Messi being the greatest to essentially ever do it, even if Argentina wasn't even in the final. If they lost to England, I think his legacy would still be cemented. He's 39 years old. I think part of Argentina's success is let me back up. He is part of Argentina's success rather than the entire reason for it, because this team is also balanced. They have elite midfielders. They have a lot of different scoring options around Messi, and Messi's just kind of the one to, with the assist numbers that he has throughout this tournament, is the one to here it goes, assist in a lot of those other players scoring and the other options that they have. So would this team be winning so many late games without Messi? I don't think in that instance, in terms of the late game heroics. That's the difference with having Messi on the field, is being able to capitalize late in games and have that poise. But I still think Argentina would be a very successful team without Messi because of the other scoring options that they have. But if Messi doesn't win today, if Argentina doesn't win today, I don't think Messi's legacy is any less impressive. It will only get more impressive. But if I couldn't convince you, or if you weren't a believer in Messi heading into this game, I'm not sure this game really changes that all that much for you. Because if you didn't already appreciate everything that he's done in this sport, not everything he's accomplished at this point, like is one more win. And I know this is a massive win. Winning the World Cup is the pinnacle, but is that going to change your do you need him to win 2 consecutive World Cups in order to be crowned the greatest? Like, that's kind of where we're at with this one. Another storyline I'm looking at, the new dynasty, Spain against the reigning dynasty. We just established that is Argentina, having won the last World Cup. Spain's been unbeaten in 37 straight matches. That's not including penalty kicks, but 37 straight matches. Either way, that's an incredible number. They beat France in the semis by essentially controlling that whole match. They won 2-0. They didn't just survive that match, which has felt like that's a lot of what Argentina has done throughout this tournament, is just survive it. Spain hasn't done that. They've won fairly comfortably in a lot of these games, and they've looked like the more poised team, the better overall team, the better defense, the better at just controlling the tempo, controlling the feel of the game. So Argentina comes in as the dynasty with that big game resume. But Spain, I think they have fewer obvious weaknesses. On paper, I think Spain is the better team, the better overall team. But unfortunately, we say this in sports all the time, like, games are not played on paper. So Spain might be the one to control the ball, control the atmosphere, the tempo, all of that going on during the game. But when the match becomes late in the game, it's emotional, it's chaotic. That, I think, is when Argentina has the edge there. So one mistake can erase 71 mistake by Spain can erase 85 minutes of almost perfect play because of what we just talked about. Messi's on the other side, and when teams make mistake, Messi capitalizes. So again, this is going to be the new dynasty in Spain, is what I'm calling them out to be, going up against the reigning dynasty in Argentina. And speaking of that new dynasty, this is, I mean, the photo that's been circulating of Lamine Yamal being held by Messi, does it get any more perfect than that? That is just, that's insane that happened when Yamal was a baby and Messi is holding him. And all of a sudden you have the GOAT of soccer going up against what people might call the future or the potential GOAT. So you have the future of the sport in Yamal going up against Messi. Like, that right there, that storyline is just phenomenal. Yamal, only 19 years old. He's playing in his first World Cup final against the player that held him when he was a baby. How many years ago? I guess probably 19 years ago. Maybe he was 1 at the time. And against arguably the greatest player of all time. So a win today for Spain, a win today for Yamal that places him amongst the youngest World Cup winners ever. It even makes him younger than Kylian Mbappe, I believe. Mbappe was 18. 19? Either way, he was a teen. So among that timeline of Kylian Mbappe playing his first World Cup, winning in 2018. If Yamal beats Messi today, I think that picture is just going to be absolutely plastered everywhere, as if it's not already. But does that make Yamal the future of the sport? I don't think he's not going to turn into Messi today. If Spain wins, if Yamal wins, that doesn't make Yamal the next Messi. It just makes him kind of the passing of the torch, the Yamal era beginning versus the Yamal era has already started. I think an era requires years of dominance, and Yamal's had an incredible World Cup, but I think this is just kind of the official torch passing, the official start of the Yamal era, and maybe it turns into the type of run that Messi's had throughout his entire career. Like, that is essentially what could be on the precipice, but I don't think a win today necessarily establishes him as, the very next Messi. I think he still has a little bit more to prove. You need more than one phenomenal tournament, one phenomenal summer. Messi's had years and years and years of dominance on the field that I think that's what we need to see from Lamine Yamal. And I certainly think that's coming. I certainly think he is well on his way, but there needs to be a longer stretch of time before I think we can say, Lamine Yamal is this generation's version of Messi. I think we need to see a little bit more from him before that. So those are a couple storylines that I'm looking at going into the game. Can Messi complete the perfect ending? The new dynasty versus the reigning dynasty, and then the argument of the future of the sport in Yamal versus the all-time great in Messi. We'll see who comes out on top. That game coming your way a little bit later on this afternoon. And remember, Spain plus 125 to win in 90 minutes, draw plus 195. That is my bet here in this game, is for this regulation to end tied, and then Argentina plus 250 to win in 90 minutes. So more to come. PJ Glasser, again, he's going to join me in about 20 minutes from now. He can dive into soccer in terms of the X's and O's like no one else can. So we will continue to talk World Cup. But on the other side, we'll take a quick break. Caitlin Clark, she drops 45 and 10 against Seattle. What's the discourse around Caitlin Clark right now? There's always discourse, but what's kind of the storylines with her at this point in the WNBA season with the All-Star break right around the corner? More to come. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Game Day, here with you for the next 4 hours. My co-host PJ Glasser will join us in about 15 minutes for the remainder of the show. We'll talk to Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com at 12:20 Eastern. Martino Puccio, who's the host of the Milan podcast and covers soccer for Game Day Garage, he'll join us at 1 p.m. Eastern. As always, we do drafts in this show every week. We pick a topic to draft. We also do power rankings. So this week, power rankings are our top 5 sports GOATs, with the conversation of Messi and the World Cup going on. So who are our top 5 sports GOATs? We will draft those a little bit later on in the show. And then, we'll power rank those. We'll draft the finals events that we would like to attend, with the World Cup final being today, with the Open Championship final being today. What are the best sports finals that you would want to attend? We will draft those with the whole crew behind the scenes, everyone joining in on that draft. Checking on the Open again, some MLB trade deadline talk, second half storylines to follow. I don't know if anyone saw yesterday, the Cubs, they honored the 2016 World Series team. Michael Busch hit a home run early in the game. It landed in the lap of Anthony Rizzo. Kind of just like a perfect afternoon at Wrigley Field here in Chicago, right? Like Rizzo catches his second home run ball in his second time of us being in the bleachers. I believe last year he caught one, or it landed in, maybe he's not catching it, but it's landing right essentially in his lap. That was pretty cool to see. Also going on in Chicago this weekend is the WNBA All-Star Game, which all these All-Star Games always mark like the midpoint of the season. No, the season's over, halfway over, as it is with the NBA and MLB and all that stuff. But you can say the second half of the season is underway. So what should we be looking for in the second half of the WNBA season? Well, Caitlin Clark on Friday reminded everyone that she is still the biggest talking point. Let's be real. I don't think anyone forgot that, because the conversation never stops around Caitlin Clark. But in terms of her on-court play and not all the other nonsense that goes on without her, and the storylines, the controversy, the political talk, all of that stuff. Like, let's put all that aside and just focus on her play and what she did on Friday night. 45 points, 10 rebounds, the first player in WNBA history with a 40-point, 10-assist game. Pretty incredible. She had a massive 3 late in the game to put the Fever up by 3 in that game with 39 seconds left. And the Fever, they go on to win by 3 over the Seattle Storm. Caitlin Clark in that game becomes the fastest player in league history to 200 made threes. She had 6 in that game, a Fever franchise scoring record. So, once again, Caitlin Clark is setting records in the WNBA, which makes her previous few games, because if you look at how she's played over the last, month, two weeks or so, she had some pretty down games for her standards. In the month of July, scored 9 points against the Sparks, 12 against the Aces, 13 against the Valkyries, and then she explodes for a 45-point performance against Seattle. Followed that up last night against the Liberty, 17 points. She was inefficient last night. You got to call it what it is in a lot of these games. 4 out of her 5 games in the month of July, she's been extremely inefficient from the field. I guess you could say 3 out of the 4. She did shoot 45% in one of those, but that's a far cry from the 60% that she shot on Friday. And so all of a sudden it kind of quiets those critics that, okay, maybe Caitlin Clark has been figured out. Maybe defenses are starting to adjust. They kind of know her game now. They know how to defend her. And then all of a sudden she explodes for 45 points, 10 assists on top of that. That's maybe even the more impressive part, is you're putting up points, but to have a double-double, points and assists and 10 assists in that type of a game when you're scoring that much, just goes to show how much, the ball is in her hand. It also goes to show that, there's been conversation shifting towards Paige Beckers, even the rookie for Minnesota, Olivia Miles. She has been unbelievable this year and kind of taken the league by storm is an exaggeration, but maybe taken rookie play by storm. That's certainly not an exaggeration. She's been phenomenal. Nafisa Collier, hopefully coming back, starting to come back. I mean, she's been out for the season essentially with that injury from last year, but like there's always a case to be made for her as one of the top players, if not the best player in the league. And then Asia Wilson, who has been the back-to-back MVP, 4-time MVP. She's the odds-on favorite for MVP right now. So there are many other faces of the league or top players in the league. But I think Caitlin Clark reminded everyone that she is the face of the league. And there's a difference between the face of the league and the best player in the league. I'm not sitting here saying Caitlin Clark is the best player in the league. She had one of the best performances of this season the other night. That doesn't make her the best player in the league. Asia Wilson is still far and away the best player in the league. Again, she's the odds-on favorite over at BetMGM right now. -375 to win her third straight MVP. The next closest player is Paige Beckers, 7-1. The rookie I mentioned, Olivia Miles, 12-1. And then you hit Caitlin Clark at 14-1. So while Caitlin Clark can do some incredible things on the floor, Caitlin Clark is not the best player in the league. She's maybe the most impactful player in terms of growth in the league. Let me back up there. She is the most impactful player in terms of growth in the league. The WNBA would not be where it is without Caitlin Clark. And I think whether people want to admit that or not, everyone kind of knows that. So she still is the face of the league. Again, is she the best player in the league? No. Did she have a phenomenal performance the other night? Yes. All of those things can be true. And she can still not be the best player in the league. Is this kind of a turning point of her season? She's throughout the early part of the year, she's battled injuries. She's been fairly consistent in terms of rhythm, in terms of game to game. The Fever, for a lot of it, we're kind of hovering around the middle portion of the standings. Right now, you look at it, they are 5th right now. They're 4 games back from the Minnesota Lynx, who lead the league. And then the Golden State Valkyries, also, just side note here, 19-7. They're on a 9-game win streak. They're only a game back of Minnesota for that top spot. So the Valkyries have been absolutely playing phenomenal basketball as of late. But all this stuff with Caitlin Clark, yeah, the Fever kind of middle of the road. She's had an okay season. It hasn't been anything great, but all of a sudden she has a performance like she did the other night. And that kind of opens up the talk again about Caitlin Clark. So did she kind of just remind us of everything that we maybe shouldn't have forgotten? Yeah, that's something. I think she proved that she still is a top player in this league, can go off for those types of performances. But she can also be a player that has injuries and that has ups and downs, which is what we've seen throughout the season. Also, she picked up her sixth technical last night. So she's also still a player that's going to talk and that's going to give it to the refs and that's going to be polarizing in that aspect. And that's kind of everything you're going to get from Caitlin Clark. But again, this league I don't think would be where it is at all without Caitlin Clark and the impact that she's had on it. So there's still going to be conversation. There's still going to be people who hate the Caitlin Clark discourse. There's going to be people who love it. But as we enter into the second half of the season or the All-Star break this week, in which we'll see Caitlin Clark, like you still kind of have to, she still just reminded everyone rather that she still is an incredible player and can have those types of performances despite the low output over the month of July in terms of the low teens scoring performances, the 30% shooting from the field, the 16% from deep, those types of games that she's had. Caitlin Clark still has it in her to go off for 6 threes and 45 points. Up on the other side, PJ Glasser joins the show. He'll co-host the remainder of it with me, and we'll talk some more World Cup and Open Championship. That's coming your way next. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Phenomenal work by the guys behind the scene, playing a little stone cold as PJ Glasser joins the show here. PJ is going to co-host with me for the next 4 hours. PJ, I told him you like to wake up early on Sundays. You like to enjoy your morning, sip your coffee, which is why, you're just like, I'm gonna be an hour late to the show. I've got to have a nice little morning wake up routine on Sundays, and we'll welcome you whenever. But we all wish we could have that nice early morning, slow Sunday wake up, PJ.
Don't we, Kate? I'm fortunate that I can just stroll in whenever. You guys were doing such a good job. I was having so much FOMO. I said, you know what? At noon, I'm going to stop by and join the guys. But what a great Sunday for July 19th to have two championships, essentially, with the final round of the Open World Cup final. I know we'll talk about both of those plenty here in the next 4 hours. It's great. We also just got a breaking NBA trade as well, Kate. So I don't know if you've seen this or looked at your phone. I mean, it's not like LeBron news, but it's Lou Dort is being traded from Oklahoma City to the Atlanta Hawks in a 3-team deal that sends former number 1 pick Zach Ricochet to Dallas and Ryan Nembhard to Atlanta. So there you go. OKC mixing up a little bit. Trading away Lou Dort. And they'll also get 3 second-round draft picks from Atlanta as well. So, yeah, literally right as the show was starting, I looked at my phone and I said, well, hello, NBA breaking trade. There we go.
PJ, that's what you do here. You just come on the show, and for everyone listening, I'm joking. PJ's been up early working far before I was even working. So PJ just finishes one thing, he jumps to the next, and now he's breaking trades here for us. First thing, my very first reaction in hearing that there was a trade, even not involving LeBron James, PJ, was just, what does this have to do with the LeBron James sweepstakes? Are other teams making moves for this to potentially be part of LeBron? I don't think that's the case with these teams involved in this trade. Oklahoma City, all of a sudden hear that name and you're like, nope, out the door. So this has nothing to do with LeBron, in my opinion, I don't think. And no one's moving stuff around to make room for him. But Lou Dort's a big piece of that OKC team. Like, yes, his defense, his big body, his physicality, like that's a big move for them to part with Lou Dort.
I think with all the injuries that OKC had in the playoffs last year and the emergence of guys like AJ Mitchell and Jared McCann, and OKC's like a guard factory, Kate. Presti finds these guys in the second round. He finds these guys that are undrafted. And because of how great the system is and because of the caliber of player that he looks for, they just fit right into the system. As great as a defender as Lou Dort is, I think his lack of offense and his inconsistency as a three-point shot was really hurting the Thunder. And again, every move that the Thunder and the Spurs make, it's all about beating each other. That's truly what it's all about. You hate to lose the defense of Lou Dort, but again, I just think the lack of offense that he provided was enough, and clearly Presti thought he got a good enough deal. They added another team in the mix to sweeten the pot as well with Dallas. But yeah, how about that? We all thought the next big breaking news we would get would be LeBron, but Lou Dort on the move.
And I like that for Atlanta. Zachary Ricochet, number 1 overall pick in 2024, 2 years ago, but he has not lived up to that billing of the number 1 overall pick. Like, you look at the depth chart right now for Atlanta, and he's far down that depth chart. So getting rid of him and bringing in Lou Dort, I feel like that's a plus for Atlanta. Like, obviously Atlanta wouldn't have done the trade if they didn't think that was a positive, but I think that's a big upgrade just to add someone like Lou Dort to your roster. And I don't think Ricochet was really doing a whole lot for the Hawks.
And Kate, this just continues to add to the depth of the Eastern Conference. Like, the West is more top heavy. The Spurs, OKC, Minnesota, the Lakers when Luke is healthy, Golden State, especially if LeBron were to go there. They're more top heavy teams, but the Eastern Conference, obviously here being in DC and being a Wizards fan, we're all excited about maybe what the team could do this season. But the question I keep posing to people is, if the Wizards are going to make the playoffs, who's going to be the team that made it out of the East last year that isn't going to make it this year? And you're probably going to need to have 2 of those teams because, remember, Indiana missed. They get Halliburton back. you would figure they're going to be into the playoffs. So I kind of look at like Orlando, Charlotte, and probably Atlanta being those three teams that you would think who made the playoffs last year could be on the outside looking in this year. But now Atlanta just got stronger with Lou Dort, who's going to be a great defender for that team. Jalen Johnson is a young and up-and-coming player. Mm-hmm. So the Eastern Conference teams, they just continue to get deeper and deeper.
That's a great point, especially with Giannis going to the Heat. Like, you'd imagine they aren't going to be the 10th seed and in the play-in next year. Like, they'll probably jump up to top 6. I don't know, is Boston maybe one of those teams that drops down quite a bit without Jaylen Brown? Like, that's an interesting conversation, PJ, of the Eastern Conference and what that's going to look like and shake out to be. We could talk more NBA throughout the show. Certainly, I feel like we could probably just continue going on with this conversation for a while, PJ, but we do have the World Cup and we do have the Open going on right now. And the Open is phenomenal. A lot of players finishing up their rounds right now. Cameron Young, he is the leader right now, 9 under. He shot 6 under today, bogeyed the final hole 18 of the day, and Scottie Scheffler is sitting right behind him right now. Scotty's on 18. As we speak, I believe. You got to keep me honest here, PJ, because remember last week I was about 30 minutes behind on the World Cup game I was watching, and you guys, so we were watching 2 different games. So in front of me, Scotty's on 18, hasn't finished that one yet, but if he birdies 18 here, he'll tie Cam Young for number 1 on the final round. Like, essentially, I mean, if anyone, Siwoo Kim, like, it's tight at the top right now. There are plenty of other players that can continue to shoot under par and reach the top, but Scottie Scheffler, 4 under for the day is pretty impressive.
It is, yeah, and he just missed his birdie putt. So Scotty will not win. It'll be a majorless year for Scotty, which is probably a surprise to many, considering he's the number 1 player in the world and has been for a couple of years. He's the favorite in every tournament that he tees it up. But no major for Scotty this year. And Kate, right now, Cam Young is the favorite. He is minus money to win the Open Championship, and he's probably been sitting in the clubhouse for close to like an hour now. He came out early this morning, 3 under to start his day. He actually was 10 under going to the 18th hole. So imagine what would have happened and how he would be feeling and what the odds would be if he didn't end up bogeying that 18th hole. But like you said, there are still a lot of guys out there. You know, you got 2 other guys at 8. You got some guys at 7, some guys at 6. And this back 9, there's a lot of excitement because you got reachable par 5s on the 14th, the 17th hole, 16 is gettable. So as long as these kind of guys, you know, the Burns, the Siwoo Kims, the Lucas Herberts, as long as they survive those tough par 3s and par 4s, they're going to have chances to make birdies, maybe even eagles on these par 5s, and we could get some real excitement. So I kind of think it's kind of nuts, honestly, that Cam Young's like minus 110 to win the golf tournament. Because again, Siwoo Kim, Sam Burns, these guys have a lot of holes left. And Kate, how many times do you see a golfer when they have the lead, they feel that pressure, but then all of a sudden when they're chasing the leader, then it frees them up a little bit and they start to play well. So I actually like this a little better for guys like Burns and Siwoo Kim. I think both are good options, but Burns would be my guy at plus 430. He started the day with the 2-shot lead. I thought he would win it. He's been playing great in majors the last year and a half. And again, with those 2 par 5s coming up, if he just birdies one of them at the very worst and pars the rest of the holes, he's going to be in a playoff with Cam Young. So if he birdies both of those, he probably wins the golf tournament. So I like Burns at that price.
And PJ, I was pulling up the Open on my other screen here to watch it. So you may have said this and I may have just glazed over it, but Scotty just bogeyed 18.
Oh, he bogeyed. Okay.
So
I thought it was a
So he is now 2 off. So he missed the birdie and then ended up bogeying. Brutal end for Scotty. Wow. That, not that he was going to win regardless because Cam Young's already finished, but to go from, that's quite a bit of money that Scotty just lost on that putt. Especially if some of these other guys continue to pass him throughout the afternoon. But you're right. Sam Burns coming into today has not played well. 3 bogeys, 3 straight bogeys, 4, 5, and 6. It can't get much worse for Sam Burns right now. So if he can turn that around, start playing a little bit like he has the first 3 rounds, certainly in the mix there. We'll keep an eye on this throughout the afternoon. Keep you updated. Let's go over to some World Cup talk. I talked about it a little bit in the first hour. Spain's the favorite today. Argentina has been the team kind of destiny in terms of those late match comebacks, kind of the heroics late. They always seem to find a way to win. Can they do that again today? Or at some point does luck is not the right word, because you do have the best player of all time on your team. And when that happens, it's not luck. It's just talent and experience and veteran leadership and all of that Messi provides. But at some point, can the late game heroics, are they going to run out today against Spain, PJ?
1,000%. I think they will, Kate. You've heard a lot of people compare this Argentina team to the 2024 Chiefs from a couple years ago. I've also kind of compared them to TCU, the college football team in 2023. Both Chiefs and TCU, they had unbelievable years. They made it all the way to the final. Chiefs went 15-2 in the regular season, and they could have gone like 9-7 that year, whatever it was, 9-8. TCU, same thing, undefeated regular season, and they could have lost like 5 or 6 of those games. So both the Chiefs and TCU had a similar feel to Argentina, where they continue to win all these games. You got to get credit for it. But eventually when you go up against the best teams, it just kind of that magic runs out. And the Chiefs obviously went against the Eagles. They got smoked. TCU went up against Georgia. I think Georgia just scored another touchdown in that game. They won like 65-7 or something. And I think we could kind of see something similar today, Kate, if I'm being honest. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Spain won this game like 3-0 or something like that.
Really?
They're just... Yes, I really think so. They're just the better. I think everybody would agree. This game it's simple. It's very simple. Spain's better, but do you have the guts to bet against Messi in Argentina? That's really what it's all about. Do you just, because if this is a 1-0 game going into the 80th minute and you're betting on Spain, I mean, you're going to be very nervous for that final 10 minutes. Whereas if Spain gets off to a good start and they're up 2-0 in the first half, then would anybody like really be shocked, right? A lot of people, we get to halftime and people would be like, okay, like Argentina, it's been a great run, but Spain's just clearly better. Like nobody would bat an eye.
Yeah.
So this is one of those games where if you bet Messi in Argentina, it's like, how could you not like bet the GOAT, especially at plus money? And if you bet on Spain, it's like, yeah, Argentina was fraudulent. They should have lost to Cabo Verde. So it'll be an interesting final. I will say the one thing that does worry me about Spain is that Portugal played Spain tough. That was like a 0-0 game going into stoppage time when Spain scored a late goal. The Belgium game was 1-1 going into stoppage time. And that's what knockout soccer is all about. If you just kind of survive those 90 minutes, extra time, you can get it to penalties. Anything, as we know, can happen then. And Argentina can definitely do that. But Spain, they're almost robotic, Kate. They just don't show emotion. Yeah. They don't get flustered. They're so disciplined. They execute so well. And I think you're going to see a lot of that today. So I like Spain. I took them in regulation at plus 130. I took them to lift the cup at minus 150. And I took some sprinkles at correct scores at like 3-0 and 4-0 as well.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
I'm taking a draw in regulation, PJ. I think we're going into extra time. And then I like Spain in that sense. So to lift the trophy, I'll be with you on the minus 152 right now. But I like the 2-1 plus 180, wherever you can get it for the draw in regulation, because that's kind of my hedge against Messi, right? Like, I'm not betting Argentina there, but my hedge against not betting Argentina is that Messi is going to keep this game close, clearly close. Tie is pretty close, PJ. But like, he's going to come up with those big heroics late. It's not going to be enough. They're going to need some extra time, and that's when Argentina is going to kind of fade into the abyss and Spain is going to rise. But I'm with you. I think Spain is the winner of today's World Cup when it's all said and done. Is this kind of the passing of the torch? I talked about that a little bit early on, from Messi to Lamine Yamal, or is this kind of like the very early on stages of the torch? Like maybe the torch is just starting to get lit. You're bringing out the lighter type of thing. It isn't fully lit where it's essentially already been passed or will be passed this afternoon.
It certainly feels like it could have that feel. I haven't done it, but part of me does kind of want to bet like a same game parlay with Yamal to score and then Spain to win, lift the trophy, and you get plus money on that because of what you're saying, right? The narrative of Spain wins, Yamal looks great, passing of the torch, like you said. You're going from the GOAT who's going to retire, and he's approaching 40 to Lamine Yamal, who's this teenager. So it definitely could have that feel. The problem is Yamal just has not been great this tournament. He was not healthy going into it. He has looked better, but he hasn't had the imprint that certainly Messi has had, Mbappe has had, Haaland has had, like any of those kinds of stars.
Mm-hmm.
But today could be his day. And if you like a good narrative play or believe something like that could happen, because, those memes have been going around the internet, Kate, all week of Messi basically holding like baby Lamine Yamal like he's his child, and he's going to beat him and he's going to dominate him today. So we'll see. That comes back to bite him.
Okay, but the Messi holding Yamal was real, or is that AI? Have I got?
Oh, yeah, that was AI. Mm-hmm.
Was it?
I think so. Yeah.
No.
Are we talking about the same picture? Or we might be talking about different pictures.
I heard / read that Yamal's parents won a sweepstakes. Now that I'm saying this out loud, I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I fall into this? I asked my husband last night in bed. I was like, is this thing real? And he's like, yeah, Messi's Yamal's parents won a sweepstakes back in the day, and they got their baby to meet Messi.
Oh, the photo shoot thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I actually have not seen that. So when you just said it, I looked it up. I've not seen that. I'm talking about like, you have Messi like at the age he is now, 39, holding Yamal with the face that just isn't like a little baby. But no, that okay. I mean, from the pictures I'm seeing, yeah, that is real. But that's funny.
That thing is real.
I didn't know that. Yes.
So we both. Okay, so I'm not totally crazy. Yes, the ones of him holding him that you're talking about. That for sure is AI. If I couldn't see if that was AI,
yes,
PJ,
yes.
You might need to, check my brain a little bit. But the other thing of like Yamal when he was a baby.
Wow. How have I never? That's crazy. I didn't see this before. I'm glad I said something. Oh no. Yeah. I've been seeing the AI picture all week, but that's crazy that he had him.
And see, I haven't seen the AI picture. I've just seen this of him like giving Lamine Yamal a bath, which is like, okay, one thing to have your picture taken with him, but like, why are we giving him a bath?
He was a chubby little baby too. Yamal.
It was.
Some chubby little cheeks.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. Wow. That's almost like LeBron and Steph Curry being born in the same hospital in Akron,
right.
Ohio. It has, it's like one of those type things.
Yeah. That is crazy. Messi helped bathe a 5-month-old Yamal as part of a charity photo shoot at Barcelona back in 2007. So
that is real.
That's the one I'm referring to, which is pretty crazy. That's wild. Talking about narratives going into this game and coming out of the third place game last night, PJ, the narrative was like, oh, this should have been the World Cup final. This was a phenomenal game. No. That's no, because that would not have been the game we saw had that been the final, right? Like there's no way you have 10 goals in a game in a World Cup final. The play would have been different. The approach would have been different. The strategy throughout the subbing, all of that would have been so much more different had that been an actual World Cup final versus a third place game. So no, that was not the final that we just watched yesterday. That was essentially an exhibition or an all-star type game in which these players, met for a third place trophy. But Mbappe was going for the golden boot. Like those types of things were happening.
1,000%. All-star game is a great way to describe it. That's what it is. Plus, if it was a real game, when England went up 1-0 in the second minute, Thomas Tuchel probably would have parked the bus for the next 88 minutes, right? So that's how
exactly.
It's another reason that it wasn't legit. I still am not over that, Kate, because I was on with you last week. I was talking about how the World Cup reminded me of the NBA playoffs. We had Spain beat France. They looked dominant. I'm like, here we go. England's up 1-0. They're looking good. And then Tuchel absolute. Let's let's play not to lose against Messi and Argentina, because that always works for anybody that ever tries to do that instead of playing to win. But see, that Spain's not going to do that today, which again is another reason that I like them. But yeah, if you're just an England fan, again, it just has to add insult to injury. Even though it was an exhibition game, just seeing like the quality of talent that you have, the attackers, and what these guys can do. And even though more so this year than in years past, because that's always been the biggest issue with England, Kate, and their fans, they have top level, they have world-class players, especially attackers, but all their coaches want to win games 1-0. And Tuchel wasn't supposed to be like that. And that's exactly really what he was in this tournament, and especially against Argentina. But you just watch him against France, and it's like nobody should beat France at that kind of game with the quality of talent that they have. And England was able to do it. So it's I feel for those England fans, man. They've had so many good teams, and they just, I mean, the heartbreaking losses and that one against Argentina was a really tough one, because you can't even blame the players. I mean, that wasn't on them. That was totally on the coach.
Yeah. And the manner just late in that game, blowing it that late when you played such a seamless game throughout. Brutal for England. All right, we got to take a quick break. Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com is going to join us on the other side. We'll talk to him about LeBron. Is he going to the Cavs? What's going on with the Browns this year? That's all coming your way next. This is BetMGM Game Day with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
You're locked into Bet. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Cleveland rocks. All right, we're going with that music. I like it coming out because we are going to talk a little Cleveland sports here in just a second. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Game Day. Joining us now is Jimmy Watkins, who is a writer for Cleveland.com. He knows a thing or two about what's going on in the Cleveland sports scene. Jimmy, appreciate you taking the time to join us on this Sunday. LeBron James over the weekend was at Fanatics Fest. He threw out a trust the process phrase. Had some people thinking maybe he's going to Philly. How are you feeling? How are people in Cleveland feeling about still the possibility of landing LeBron James?
People are weary. The people are weary, Kate. It's been a long couple of weeks. I think we're all ready for him to make a decision. I think, he never got his college recruiting trip, so this is how he likes to scratch that itch. I'm glad that he's getting this moment in the spotlight. He deserves it. It is crazy that a player of his age can still bring the league to its knees like this, but I think we're all ready to wrap this up a little bit, right? Like, so many public appearances, so many reports that aren't reports that we need to read into. Like, I think it's time, right? I think we can all agree it's time.
We can certainly agree. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Jimmy, do you think that if LeBron goes to Cleveland, like, does this put them in the top 3 in the East? They were obviously in the Eastern Conference Final this past year. They got swept by the Knicks. Like, where would you kind of have the Cavs in the power rankings of the Eastern Conference if they do acquire LeBron?
I think they are a puncher's chance championship team. Like, they're definitely an Eastern Conference contender, and we've seen the last couple of years, as much as we talk about how deep the West is and how big the gap is between the two conferences, you get to the finals, you have a chance. Like, we didn't see the Knicks beating the Spurs. We didn't see the Pacers pushing the Thunder to 7. 2 of the last 3 champions have come from the East. I think that's where they are. I mean, you have your obvious questions about relying on 2 of your 3 best players past age 37 with James Harden and LeBron James. You have the classic "there's only one ball" conversation, but like, these are high-level basketball players, and LeBron has played with a bunch of superstars before. James Harden has played with other ball-dominant superstars before. These guys are smart. They are who they are for a reason. I think they would figure it out. I think it would be high-level basketball. The Cavs have a lot of shooting, which is one of the main things the Lakers have been missing over the last several years. A spaced floor, versatile big men, good rim protection. You know, your perimeter defense with LeBron, Donovan Mitchell, and James Harden, that's something you need to work out. But I tend to think that talent wins out in the NBA, and I think that's a legitimate contender for people to reckon with.
The Eastern Conference last year, I mean, you mentioned it, like, no one thought the Knicks were going to win, the Pacers taking the Thunder. Like, the East, the conversation has been, the East has been wide open the last couple of years. Well, I don't know if you saw, Shams just tweeted, like, Lou Dort was just traded to the Atlanta Hawks, and Lou Dort is not moving the needle all that much. That all of a sudden makes Atlanta like a title contender type of thing. But, like, I don't think the East is as poor as maybe we all make it out to be. Would you agree in terms of like some of the moves that have been made this offseason? Kind of just, there aren't massive superstar names, but like a lot of these teams have gotten strengthened through free agency over the last month.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with, Giannis getting traded to the Heat and Jaylen Brown going to the Sixers. Like, the East is really well balanced. I don't know how many championship contenders there are in the East, but there are a lot of teams that can talk themselves into thinking they're going to win 50 games next year. And I'd buy it, right? Like, the Hawks included, like, they were on a pretty impressive clip once they made the Trae Young trade, and they got CJ McCollum in there who they extended. I like Lou Dort, like that trade for them to bolster their perimeter defense. I think that's the flip side of this coin for the Cavs is like, it's gone from, boy, what a nice story for LeBron to come home one more time to, you guys better get LeBron, because the floor is moving beneath you in the East. The teams around you are making big-time moves, and the Cavs are basically putting all of their eggs in this one basket. I mean, they definitely called around on Jaylen Brown, non-Evan Mobley trade offer edition, and they were trying to make other moves. But where they're at right now, if they think like running it back is not going to be good enough next year, and they made the Eastern Conference Finals. That's, first time they've done that without LeBron in over 30 years. That's all well and good, but the East, even before the Giannis trade and before the Jaylen Brown trade, like we're still talking about Boston coming back with a healthy Jason Tatum next year. We're still talking about the Pacers, who were a lottery team last year, getting Tyrese Halliburton back, their last two Eastern Conference champions, who were severely hampered last year, coming back to full strength. And now Jaylen Brown's going to Philly. And now Giannis is going to the Heat. And the Pistons are going to get better internally because they're young. Like, all these teams are going to get a lot better. And if the Cavs if they don't get LeBron, if they just end up standing pat and say, well, we only had 30 games of James Harden in the regular season last year, like that chemistry improvement will be a nice bump. It will. Don't get me wrong. The Cavs are going to win a lot of games next year, but we talk playoff time. Like, you need to add a piece, and the only piece that's left out there, to my eye, is LeBron.
Jimmy, how much resentment will there be from Cavs fans towards LeBron if he were to choose Miami over Cleveland again? Like, because he won that ring, is all forgiven forever? Like, he delivered on his promise, he came back home, he won the championship? Or do you think there are some fans that, especially if it's Miami again and he chooses to go to South Beach over Cleveland, where there'll be a lot of fans that are just, kind of frustrated with LeBron once again?
I mean, to a certain extent, LeBron is a made man in Cleveland, right? Like, he ended the curse. He kept his promise. He's their own. He's going to retire a Cavalier, whether he plays his last game as a Cavalier or not, right? And time heals all wounds. I think in the moment, whatever the emotions are in the moment about LeBron choosing another team would be different down the road. But I do like the fact that he's dragging it out this way, and it's becoming a spectacle again. And we'll see how he chooses to end up making the announcement, like if he does it in a public forum again. I mean, that scar tissue from the decision never quite healed for some people. I would say, here's a personal anecdote on that front. My mother, born and bred Cleveland sports fan, grew up arguing with her brother about who gets to be Jim Brown in the backyard, right? She has told me, because of the decision, if LeBron comes back to Cleveland, she will boycott watching the Cavs. Like, that stuff hits deep. That stuff hits deep with the Cleveland diehards. And if he does it again, if there's like a little decision 2.0 here, and he leaves them high and dry again, after making it such a spectacle and feeding into all this speculation, I do think it would be a bit of a underestimation on his part how badly that would hurt his relationship with the fan base, at least in the moment.
That's a good point. He kind of is getting fans' expectations up, like their excitement level up, and then all of a sudden he pulls the rug out from under Cleveland fans again. Like, that can't be sitting too well. Your poor mom. I mean, I feel for her if LeBron doesn't come back to Cleveland. You're going to have to check in on her a lot, Jimmy. Jimmy Watkins joining us right now, writer for Cleveland.com, covers the Cavs. But Jimmy, also being in Cleveland, like, you got to know plenty about the Browns right now as well. I don't know if you've watched it all. I just started Quarterback on Netflix, and Joe Flacco is one of the quarterbacks featured, which means the Browns are being showed. And in the first episode, he's kind of giving Shedeur Sanders crap for wearing a visor. And, like, guys, though, they think they're cool wearing visors. And Shedeur is just sitting there with his visor on, looking like kind of an idiot to Joe Flacco. The quarterback room, like, Flacco's gone, but the quarterback room is still kind of a mess. Who do you see starting week 1 for the Browns?
I will say I loved having Joe in Cleveland. I remember around this time last year, maybe it was minicamp or training camp, he went on like a 2-minute rant about how much he hates TikTok and doesn't understand why people film themselves dancing. He thinks it's dumb. And I'm here for all of that. I'm here for all the I don't know if he's Gen X or millennial, but like that cohort becoming of the age where they can look down at the younger people and go, you guys are doing weird stuff. I love all that stuff.
Yep.
That
I'm right there with you.
That aside, I still think that Deshaun Watson has the lead in the quarterback competition. I think Todd Monken, you put yourself in Todd Monken's shoes. This guy's 60 years old. This is his first head coaching job. It may well be his only chance to prove himself as a head coach. And in front of him, he has two options. He has one, oft-injured, former 3-time Pro Bowler who hasn't looked like a 3-time Pro Bowler in quite some time, but it's in there. Todd Monken said himself, once that's in there, you always believe in yourself that you can get it back out as a coach, right? On the other hand, you have a 5th-round pick, and Shedeur Sanders, talent-wise, shouldn't have been a 5th-round pick. There's other stuff that goes into that, obviously. I don't know how much time you guys got. We're not going to get into that today. But he's still a 5th-round pick. He's still learning. He's young and experienced, and he's making strides in reading defenses and making quicker decisions, all that stuff. But if you're a person who is trying to stake your reputation as a head coach and you know you don't have a lot of time to do it, you're probably going to lean toward the veteran if all other things are equal, right? So I think it's Deshaun's job to lose right now. By the way, that's what I think is. That's not what I think should be, right? There's what is and what should be. The Browns are clearly pivoting. The Myles Garrett trade was the biggest blinking sign in the world that they're finally embracing the rebuild that Deshaun Watson has forced them into. But that doesn't mean that the coach is looking at it that way. The NFL is a bottom line business. You have to win games. And if you're trying to win games, most coaches side with veterans over young players.
Jimmy, for the last 20 years, just about, the Browns have been going up against John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, and both of those guys are now gone. Which head coach do you think Browns fans are more happy about leaving those teams, Harbaugh or Tomlin?
It's got to be Tomlin. It's got to be Tomlin. Number one, because the Pittsburgh Steelers are persona non grata around Cleveland. He is the face of so much misery and frustration in this city. He's also the face of one of their very few playoff victories, and that playoff victory goes a super long way with Browns fans, even though it was COVID and Kevin Stefanski watched that game from his basement. That's one of the proudest achievements of this franchise since they came back, maybe the proudest achievement of the franchise since they came back in 1999. But it's got to be Tomlin, and because the other thing is, Tomlin is also the personification of this stability, of this basement that you can't dig beneath when you're the Steelers, right? As long as Mike Tomlin was around, the Steelers could never win fewer than 9 games. Is that still true? Is that still true with Mike McCarthy and an aging roster? And I can't believe they're still doing the Aaron Rodgers thing. Like, what if he gets hurt? The quarterback's behind him. Drew Aller, Will Howard, we'll call them projects for now, right? Is there a new floor that the Steelers can discover, because there isn't this weird pressure to keep Mike Tomlin's winning streak alive, right? Like they can pivot organizational philosophies now that that's not hanging over them in this weird way. Of course, they obviously want to keep winning. That's why they are still doing the Aaron Rodgers thing, which I can't believe. But it's got to be Tomlin. John Harbaugh's a great coach, and he caused Browns fans plenty of misery in his own right. But it's Mike Tomlin for sure.
Jimmy, one more quick one here for you. Jared Verse, how is he fitting into things in Cleveland, and how will he change this defense, if at all, this season?
Man, I love Jared Verse. Everything he says gets you fired up to play football. He's the classic guy who feels like he's been slighted a little bit. Yes, you were traded for the best football player in the world, but you were still traded after the Rams said a bunch of very nice things to you, and he was a foundational piece of what they were doing, and they thought they could upgrade over him. So I'm not betting against that dude who started turning over a new leaf and being a really good football player. But, it's still the case that there is only one Myles Garrett. That dude's an alien. He's got muscles on muscles on muscles in places that you didn't know that people could have muscles. And he moves like nobody I've ever seen on a football field before. The way his combination of strength, speed, and bend, he shouldn't be able to bend the way he bends. So there's going to be a difference here. And the Browns defense, a parting thought for you. The Browns defense, we're just assuming the Browns defense is going to continue to be awesome. And it's probably going to be pretty good, right? They still have a lot of talent. Jared Verse is still really good. The rest of that defensive line, they've done a really good job evening it out over the last several years. But, 1,000 of you, 2 of the 3 biggest reasons why the Browns defense was awesome, Jim Schwartz and Myles Garrett, are no longer there. We have a first-time defensive coordinator. You took the piece out of the puzzle that had such a domino effect on everything else. Myles Garrett's getting double, sometimes triple teamed on every single play. That changes life for every other person on the team. Jared Verse is going to get double teams too, But is he going to get double teamed like Myles Garrett? And if he doesn't get double teamed like Myles Garrett, and nobody gets double teamed like Myles Garrett, what does that have? What impact does that have on the rest of the defensive linemen, and what impact does that have on the guys who might have to cover a half second longer, on and on? That's my question about the Browns defense going forward.
Well, we'll have to wait a couple more weeks for those questions to be answered. He's Jimmy Watkins, sports writer for Cleveland.com. Jimmy, appreciate you taking the time to join us. We will talk to you again as the season gets underway.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Jimmy Watkins with us. Taking a quick break. We will talk about the top 10 quarterback list from ESPN when we return. But this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressive.com. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
We have a finale on the pitch this afternoon, so head over to BetMGM, get an early payout for a two-goal lead. Place the pregame straight match result bet on any World Game match. There's only one today. If your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point in the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours regardless of the outcome of the game. That's over at BetMGM. We'll continue talking about that game coming up a little bit later on in the show. We are going to talk to Martino Puccio at 1 Eastern, which is 10 minutes from now.
10 minutes?
Show's flying by. 10 minutes.
It is.
Talking World Cup with him.
Flies when you have fun.
It
Kate.
really does, PJ. When you're having
It
fun,
flies.
and time flies when you are following the LeBron James sweepstakes that we've been doing all summer long. LeBron hinting at more things, whether or not he was trying to. I think everything with LeBron is calculated, so I wouldn't put it past him that the whole trust the process phrase that he threw out at Fanatics Fest maybe indicates that he wants to go to Philly, play with Jaylen Brown, Embiid, Maxey, Edgecombe. We also just talked to Jimmy Watkins. He makes a great case for Cleveland as well. Like, at this point, PJ, I don't care where LeBron goes. I just want him to pick a spot so we can be done with this. The league wants him to be done with this. Adam Silver wants to be done with this. Like, let's just pick a spot, LeBron. Come on.
But that's why he's doing what he's doing, because
Exactly.
he wants, he wants you to feel this way. He wants people to be on pins and needles. He wants to be the A block of every show when he makes this decision, which is why I think it probably comes Tuesday. We got the World Cup final today. We got the Open Championship final round. People react to that on Monday. And then after that, I think we get the decision on Tuesday when LeBron lets us know where he ends up going. I've thought Golden State from the beginning. I still think Golden State. You try to follow all these markets and, Philly takes money one day and then Miami becomes the favorite and then Cleveland becomes and it's like nobody knows anything except LeBron. He's the only one that knows what he wants to do. I've thought it's Golden State all along, Kate. I still think it's going to be Golden State. But if it's not, then I do think it's probably going to be Cleveland. I think LeBron ends up going back home. And he finishes it where he starts it. Eastern Conference is a lot more winnable than the West is. I don't know how much he would love playing with James Harden is kind of the only, that's the only reservation I have about the situation. But I think LeBron's going to Golden State. I'll stick with my original prediction.
Well, PJ, I read something this morning, and I mean, everything you read, kind of changes your mind, and it's like, oh, that's a great point of why LeBron would want this or why he'd want that. But this morning was the thing I read was, well, his daughter Zuri has lived in LA her entire life. She's grown up there. She goes to school there. She's become a volleyball star there. They don't want to uproot Zuri and have her go across the country, right? So why doesn't LeBron just go to Golden State? He can fly back and forth, 45-minute flight for him, hop on the PJ. A lot easier than LeBron going to the East Coast and trying to, Zuri and the family staying in LA and him flying back and forth. Like, that doesn't work then. So that's my argument to back your thought of Golden State. I mean, you're right. No one knows. Like, you could make an argument, all sorts of arguments for various teams, and they all would make sense. But are they all reality? No. But you're right in that Tuesday, Wednesday, like, he'll wait until the World Cup, the Open Championship recaps die down before he announces, because he does need to take center stage.
What would be the absolute funniest place LeBron could potentially go? Would it be like the New Orleans Pelicans? Would that just be the most like WTF place ever? Or
that I initially thought Charlotte, something like that. Right?
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Like Sacramento, you would throw up there, but then also not really because it's like not terribly far from LA. So that's the only reason. I didn't like Utah. I think would be up there. That'd be another wild one. I think New Orleans though would probably be the craziest, but they got such a great food scene, and LeBron, and they got good golf, especially in the during those basketball season when it's not as hot as it is there in the summertime. Who knows what he's going to end up doing? But I'm sticking with Golden State, And I think he ends up playing with Curry and Steve Kerr. Part of me thinks that's the reason why the Warriors re-signed Steve Kerr, why he came back. Certainly Draymond decided to restructure his deal. Yeah. And just, him and Curry, they got a taste of it playing together in the Olympics in France. They've talked about, sharing the floor together in all-star games and things like that. Now they have a chance to play together. I think that might just happen. So we'll see.
I would like to see the old guys come together and try and see how far they could go, how far they can take the young guns, the Spurs, the Anthony Edwards, what they could do against those guys. I think that would be a fun storyline for the NBA season. Could they win a championship? Up for debate, but I think it would be just fun to see all those veteran players on the same team together. All right, quick break here. And then Martina Puccio joins us to talk some World Cup on the other side. That's coming your way. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Gameday. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Kay Constable, PJ Glasser here with you, and PJ is feeling pretty good right now. We're going to talk to Martino Puccio in just one moment. We've got him on the line with us. But PJ, what just happened in the Open?
Well, we have a parlay with Cam Young and Tommy Fleetwood to finish in the top 5 at like plus 720, and Tommy birdied his last 2 holes, and right now he's tied for 4th. So looking like we're going to hang on and cash that, which is unbelievable. And now we somehow need Sam Burns to find a way to likely get this to a playoff with Cam Young and win, because I took him live as well. But yeah, this final round of the Open, Kate, good stuff. A lot of drama right now.
It has been delivering. Sam Burns, 3 holes left. I believe he's on 16 right now. So we'll keep an eye on that one. He's sitting at 8 under right now. Cam Young, the leader, at 9 under. All right. So more World Cup talk, because we're about, 2 hours away from kickoff here. Martino Puccio, host of That Milan podcast and covers soccer for Game Day Garage, joining us now. Martino, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. I know you're probably as excited as the rest of us are about this World Cup final this afternoon. I guess, how do you see this one playing out, or how would you like to see this one playing out?
Oh, those are 2 big questions. Okay, so the way I see it playing out, and thanks for having me, guys, by the way, this is going to be intense. You're talking about 2 different types of styles, where Spain is very much possession based. Even if they aren't necessarily scoring a lot of goals, they will always be dictating the tempo. Something that I don't think Argentina have really ran into so far in this tournament. We see after England go up 1-0, they basically concede and drop all the way back. I don't anticipate Spain doing such a thing if they were to happen to go up 1-0 early or whatever the score may be. And that's the other thing. They're going to have to score multiple goals, which I do question just a little bit with Spain. If there's any weakness that this side has had in this tournament, it's having consistent goal scorers and running up the score. They only really did it against Saudi Arabia, I believe. So that difficulty might present itself. Argentina is very physical. How will this match be reffed, right? We know it's a final. A lot of the time things get, looked away. That could be a yellow card, right? Like we see it with the NBA all the time. Calls that are made during the regular season aren't necessarily fouls in the postseason. And that might be something that we see today. I'm not buying into all these conspiracy theories that it's made for Argentina, but how do they handle that? How does Lamine Yamal handle that too? Because he is a teenager who is so good at drawing fouls and baiting players into committing yellow cards or maybe even a red card, because there are some players within Argentina that are capable of doing that. But how does he handle the physicality is a huge question for me. He also hasn't been 100% in this tournament. So realistically, if he has a hard time in this one, Argentina could really start to pull away. And if it's close late, that doesn't bode well for Spain. This is like prime Brady Belichick Pats. You can't get away with 3 points, right, and field goals. You need your touchdowns. Spain need multiple goals to feel safe in this one.
Martino, a lot of people have drawn parallels to this Argentina team with the 2024 Chiefs from a couple years ago. I used the college football example of TCU from 3 years ago against Georgia. For somebody who knows soccer as well as you, can you ever remember a team like this in the major tournament, whether it be the Euros, Copa, Champions League, World Cup tournaments in the past, where they just keep finding new ways to win these games. Like, they very easily could have got knocked out in the round of 32, and now here they are all the way into the final. Have they reminded you of like any other soccer team in the past, or are they just kind of their own kind of thing?
Soccer team's tough because they are just inevitable. You could argue Real Madrid with their three-peat, where they were just winning games and coming back, or even just in the recent years too, where Karim Benzema pretty much carried them and they beat Liverpool in that final again, where you're just sort of like, okay, on paper, there's a disadvantage. We know they're very good, but they have some of their flaws, and those flaws should catch up to them and they should get eliminated. It just hasn't happened, man. Like, it just doesn't. Every time it's like a 2-0 lead, and everyone says that's the most dangerous lead in sports, whether it's hockey, this sport, whatever, kind of ringing true. And every single time that you have someone like Messi on your team, which is very, very rare, he has an opportunity to break the game. with the ball at his feet. And we're talking about a 39-year-old that's able to do that. It's terrifying. And they all work for him to help him out because he can't run the way he used to. Everybody's got to win the ball back, which will be such an intriguing battle. The midfield battle in this game is going to be everything. If Spain don't dominate the way that they usually do, then all bets could be off. Argentina could run away with it in that regard because I don't think Spain have that firepower. So that's where I'm kind of looking for these sort of impacts. Again, Spain's been great. They controlled the game against France. But one of those big things that a lot of people may not realize in that game is France's biggest weakness, and something that Deschamps messed up with, was starting Tchouaméni over Manu Kone, who made a greater impact in that one. Their midfield was overran, and they go down a goal. It's really difficult to get that possession back, and France is just not that sort of side. And also, I'd just like to say real quickly, those 2 goals that Spain scored in that match against France, kind of not repeatable. It was a very stupid penalty that was conceded, and then obviously they end up finishing that. And then again, you look at, that advantage play where Pedro Porro is basically left all alone due to poor man marking, and they go up 2-0. I don't think those mental lapses would happen with Argentina. They're always very sharp in that regard. There's an experience factor here, and also like the inevitability of this team that you really can't count them out. A little Steph Curry Warriors-ish, where they're always just like in this 10 to 15 minute pocket of space or time that they could take over the game and flip it on its head. And that's what this side is. I don't think they're necessarily better than the team from 4 years ago. I think that monkey being off their back from winning that tournament has helped them in moments like this where, it's kind of house money to them, which is insane considering what this moment is.
Mm-hmm. Martino, when you talk about Messi's legacy, like does he need to win today in order to fully cement his legacy, or is it already there?
I think honestly, guys, it was cemented like over 10 years ago. There's just semantics. There's semantics with arguments, and like he needs to win this tournament. And not a lot of people like realistically look at it like, did they have a great chance? Did they have a great team? They really didn't in the 2010s. They were ran very poorly as a federation and an organization to build around him to make him the most successful. Like he carried them to multiple finals. They just missed out on penalty kicks or lost in extra time to Germany. There's nothing left you can say. It's just adding to this legacy and sort of distancing himself from number 2 of like, okay, you're great, but can you beat me? Like Tom Brady, it was wrapped up, I think, after he won his 3rd Super Bowl, or arguably beating Seattle that time. You're like, okay, yeah, it's done. But then he just kept going. And then you're like, whoa, are we ever going to see anything come close to it at this point? Because it's one thing to do it at age 30. You're age 39 in this tournament, and you're the best player. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. And if he were to win today, it's just sort of Elway going out on top with his back-to-back. It's MJ beating the Jazz in 98. It's sort of that storybook ending for him. And I know he's going to go back to MLS and collect that huge paycheck. But, on the international stage, the biggest moment, this is it. So people really have to soak this in. If you never watched your Muhammad Ali's, your Babe Ruths, I know we had Brady, but Michael Jordan or however old you are, this is that moment. And you don't have to be into the sport. And that's what makes the World Cup so great because right now, this is the greatest player of all time. And he might just do something that's so audacious that you just have to be in awe and applaud a guy like that because it's just insane. It's incomparable to anything I've ever seen in American sports. And obviously I'm engulfed in that for years. Brady's close to it, but Tom Brady, wasn't even a starter when he came into the league. Messi was a prodigy at 16. So to be doing that with those expectations up until this moment, it's incredible. And right in my backyard here.
Well said. And look, he's going to get all the headlines today, the storylines, and rightfully so. But if there was another player or 2 on Argentina that you think are X factors, if they're going to beat Spain today, who would those players be?
I would say I would lean in the direction of Leandro Paredes, who's their midfielder. He's more of the defensive type. He's had a good job doing well in the knockout stage. He's a very physical type of player. That's huge for them. Again, it's just that midfield battle. And who steps up, right? We see Lautaro Martinez end up scoring his goal. Julian Alvarez scored that extra time winner against Switzerland as well. those strikers can make an impact. That's really where you're going to start to see Messi flourish. Is Messi? This is why he's the greatest. He doesn't have to score. The ball at his feet, just creating, opens up so many opportunities. Lautaro Martinez is one of the best in his position in the entire world. He was left open against England in the semifinal. Like, that's how dangerous Messi is. I think those guys are going to have to be making those impacts.
If we were to want to bet on someone to score for Spain, who would be on your card?
So scoring is really difficult, especially with a side that doesn't score that much. So I always lean towards the scorer assist market for this stuff because you still get pretty decent odds. And I think another thing that's very important for some people to know is that certain sports books offer into extra time, which is not normally a thing during the regular club season where you're just playing 90 minutes. For me, it's Lamine Yamal all day. You can still get him at around plus 120 to score or assist. Mikel Merino is a designated penalty taker, which is very important as well, because if that were to pop up, that's one of your safer bets when it comes to that. It's kind of all over the place with Spain. It's a multiple group of players. It's a group of players that could essentially score. There's just not that one target man like some other countries, but I would stick to the score assist market, and that would be Lamine Yamal there.
Martino, 4 of the last 5 World Cup finals have actually gone to extra time, and 2 have gone to penalties. So you were speaking about that a little bit. We saw Argentina and France play one of the greatest soccer matches ever 4 years ago, and that went to penalties. Do you think there's a chance we get extra time or potentially even penalties today?
Oh, absolutely. Because you're talking about a side that can't score a ton in Spain, and with Messi and Argentina, they're always going to be able to create something, and they just need 5 minutes. I have a ticket for Argentina to win in extra time. However, I said this last go around on another betting show 4 years ago where I had Argentina winning on penalties. They worry me a little bit. This go around. I think if it gets to penalties, I would take Spain. But everything else, I'm kind of leaning towards Argentina. They're so inevitable. But again, for some history buffs, if you're not familiar, 2016 Copa America final was in MetLife. And Messi missed a penalty. And that was like one of his moments where it's like LeBron in 2011, against Dallas, where it's like, is he ever going to do it? And now it could be full circle. If he were to score a winning penalty and he rides off into the sunset that is in the Meadowlands, is not that nice of a view, trust me. But, that is possible. But yeah, I have Spain in penalties if it gets to that moment. But yeah, it's the most intense thing. I don't think we'll see a better match than 2022, but never say never.
You mentioned Lamine Yamal when I asked you about scoring. Just how impressed are you with him? I know he hasn't had like the most incredible tournament, but just the player he is at this young of an age. I mean, the last teenager we saw, correct me if I'm wrong, because you seem kind of like an encyclopedia of this knowledge. You can go back so far, but like Mbappe was the last teenager in the World Cup, correct? Like
at this level of play. Yeah.
Yes.
At this level of play, it was him. And what Yamal has really done, like, he's already a Euro champion, right? So to put it into perspective, like, if you win a Euro and like you dominate, you're one of the best players, that cements your legacy kind of like forever. Like, that sticks with you. Like, that's how big of a trophy and moment that is. What he's been able to do with Barcelona as well, they're winning league titles. And he's been hurt. That's the other thing. Like, he wasn't playing the past couple months leading up until this World Cup. Because of his issue. He doesn't have that same type of acceleration that you would see when he's fully healthy. And that's why I'm like a little worried about this one, because it's going to be very physical. And sure, if it's a normal European game or whatever, he's going to draw those yellow cards. There might even be red cards. He's really shifty, very difficult to handle, great passer, great dribbler. That's where he excels. If Argentina's very physical with him and they can get away with those foul calls, not have people on yellows, then he's going to struggle. But if he gets them into bad situations where they're on yellow cards and they're going to have to double and triple team him just to be able to handle him, he is that good. He is that talented. He lacks a little bit in the scoring at this current moment. We have to remember he's still a teenager, so he's not even close to a finished product.
How shocked would you be if Spain wins this game by margin? Like 3-0, 4-0? Do you see that being a possibility?
That absolutely is. it's one of those teams that controls possession. Like I was saying, like, yeah, they have trouble scoring goals. What if they create so many chances on Argentina where they're just having a great day finishing? It happens, like teams in basketball can just start hitting their open shots that normally don't do that. This is a one-off game. I think Spain is going to be creating. They are going to have possession. Sometimes, though, the Spanish have empty possession, meaning they're controlling the ball, but are they creating that much? Are they getting into those penalty areas or the final third where they're creating these chances to score opportunities? Sometimes they have possession and they just swing the ball around, and you're really doing nothing with it. That's also a possibility. But yeah, Spain, I would not be shocked. That I was thinking about that today. I'm just like, man, I just hope it's not a 2012 Euro final where obviously Italy got smacked around, where there was big anticipation heading into it, and it pops and it deflates. And I guess the last championship that we've seen was exactly that, guys, at MetLife with Seattle and Denver. So where it was basically over at the start of it. I hope that's not the case. I want some epic battle and finish. But Spain has that capability, absolutely, PJ, because they are the best team in this tournament for a reason. They're also going for back-to-back international tournaments with the Euro and World Cup. That would be the first since Spain to do that. Obviously, Argentina does Copa America. But, yeah, not completely out of the question. I don't see it happening. But if Spain were to win in regular time, it's either a 1-0 or a 3-0 margin.
Should be a good one this afternoon. We're looking forward to it. Only a couple hours away. Martino, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Enjoy the game this afternoon, and we will talk to you again down the road.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
That is Martino Puccio, host of the That Milan podcast and cover soccer for Game Day Garage. PJ, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a very good one. I think this game could go multiple different ways. Based on everything Martino just said, based on the conversations you and I had, like, I don't think we would all be shocked if Messi and Argentina come away with it. But also, like, if Spain just dominates, like, that's not going to be all that shocking either.
1,000%, which I think is what makes it such an intriguing final. Wide range of outcomes. It really does feel that way. You always thought the Argentina game, England would be close. Like, that game would have been shocking if it was a blowout. This one, it really wouldn't be. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. On the other side, I know we're going to get into some good power rankings, but I got a good trivia question for you too on the other side of the break. So. That's what we
all
call
right.
a team.
Well, we'll take a quick break. We got trivia and power rankings on the other side. We're going to rank our top 5 sports GOATs. That's coming your way. BetMGM Game Day here in Westwood One Sports.
This is breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Just a couple hours away from the World Cup final this afternoon, Spain, Argentina. Going to be a great game. We've got the Open Championship wrapping up right now. You have PJ Glasser. You have Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Here with you for the next couple of hours. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, we're going to power rank things as we do every Sunday here on this show. And this week with Messi playing this afternoon, we're going to power rank our top 5 sports GOATs. But before we do, you have a little trivia question you're going to throw our way. What do you got?
So I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw that today's Argentina-Spain match is the most expensive sporting event in U.S. history. So
really,
I was wondering if you could guess the other 4 that have happened within the last 6 years. And also, do you want to take a crack at what the average ticket price is for today's Spain-Argentina game?
I mean, if it's the most expensive, we just had the Knicks Spurs at Madison Square Garden. That has to be one of them. Like one
That's
of the
correct.
top 5.
That's number 5. That's the only NBA Finals game. That's number 5. It's $6,308.
Wow, that's number 5, 6,000. Okay, so today's ticket has to be at least the average ticket, 10 grand.
$11,327. If I wasn't doing this show with you today, Kate, I would have grabbed 4 of those. But unfortunately, I had to work today. So couldn't do that. 11 grand. What are we doing? 11 grand.
Who's going to what normal person can afford that? And I know there are a lot of non-normal people out there that can afford it, but like, are there that many that can fill up an entire stadium? Or are these a lot like tickets were purchased way before, and this is the resale market for today?
Yeah. That's definitely probably a little of both, but I'm sure the resale as well. But Kate, think about all these people flying from Spain to Argentina and flying from Spain and Argentina to go to this game, right? Think about the airfare. Think about the hotel to stay in New York, and then the transportation that you have to get to over to the stadium. I mean, and then, when you're in the stadium, think about the swag that you're getting. Think about the food that you're buying. I went to the Ivory Coast Curacao game in Philadelphia in late June, early July. It was one of the group stage matches. And Kate, we went, Rita's ice cream, the frozen ice, right? So Rita's, normally whatever, it's like ice cream. We got 4 of us got ice cream, like normal ice cream things. It was $16 for like a normal ice cream thing. It was like $66 of Rita's ice cream. I was like, okay,
$16 a person for ice cream?
16. Yes. 16. 16.
Holy cow.
So, I mean, I can only imagine what things are going for at the final today because, FIFA's like, if they're willing to spend this on a ticket, let's just jack up water to $8 a bottle or whatever.
Why wouldn't you?
Crazy.
It's okay. So the other ones, like there has to be a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah. The other 3 are Super Bowls. And they all involve the same team, if you want to take a guess.
Over the last how many years?
Over the last 6 years.
Chiefs.
There you go. So Kansas City, the 2024 Super Bowl in Vegas, it was $9,411 per ticket. 2021 against Tampa in Tampa was $7,313. And then the first Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl in Miami was $6,500 a ticket. So those are your top 5 most expensive tickets in U.S. history right there.
Wow, that's crazy that they're all within the last 6 years too. Like, I mean, I guess that's inflation. Everything's just going up. We're probably going to get like next year's probably going to have something that makes that top 5.
100%.
But that's crazy. Okay, PJ. So yeah, 11,000 is wild. So if you're paying $11,000, let's just say somewhere around there for any of these events that have been fairly expensive, you're likely watching some of the greatest to ever do it aka Messi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Today. So we're gonna rank our top 5 goats, and I would imagine that some of the goats on both of our lists have played in some of these games that we have just discussed. I will let you start us off, and you can run through 5, starting at 5 down to 1, your top goat of all time, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, this was tough. I mean, obviously only making the list of 5. I'll give you my honorable mention first that missed the list. The first one is Messi, who's playing today. Didn't quite make it, but if he wins today, he could crack the top 5. Usain Bolt, fastest human to ever live. Again, when you're talking about the fastest human to ever live, that makes a pretty good argument to be one of the greatest athletes ever, but he just missed the cut. Serena Williams, who I believe is the greatest female athlete ever, certainly was in consideration. She just missed out. And then Tiger Woods just missed out as well. But my top 5, I'm going to start number 5 with Muhammad Ali. Never got to see him fight, but the records speak for itself. He had over 30 knockouts, and he's just considered one of the greatest athletes ever. So I'll put Muhammad Ali at number 5. I'll go with the great one, Wayne Gretzky, at number 4. I think you could honestly argue that Gretzky is higher on this list, to be honest with you, Kate, because when we argue about all these different sports, about who's the GOAT, right? Is it Messi, Ronaldo? Is it Jordan or LeBron? Is it whoever? Nobody ever argues who the GOAT of hockey is. It's always Wayne Gretzky. Nobody will ever tell you otherwise. So you could really have him higher on the list, but I'll put him at number 4. Brady will be number 3 for me. The 7 Super Bowls, the greatest quarterback ever. The longevity, the fact that he wins one in his early 20s and then also wins one in his 40s. That just speaks to why he's one of the greatest ever. So I'll put him at number 3. Michael Phelps will be number 2 for me. When you are the greatest Olympic athlete ever, you're usually one on most lists. But Kate, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Whenever there's a kind of question like this where it's who's the greatest athlete ever, my mind always only goes to one person. And if it goes to one person, then I got to give it to you. So Michael Jordan will be my number 1 of greatest athletes ever. So that'll be my 5. Muhammad Ali 5, Wayne Gretzky 4, Brady 3, Phelps 2, and MJ will be number 1.
Wow. Okay. We have very, very similar lists, which maybe establishes who the top 5 greatest of all time are. I am with you in that Usain Bolt was on my short list and Serena Williams was on my short list. I will also add another name to my short list, and that is Muhammad Ali. He would have been 6 for me. And partially part of that is like, that's not my sport boxing, like, yes, I know the history of Muhammad Ali, but like, I don't know, that's not my forte. So maybe like a little personal bias there of like why he isn't ranked a little bit higher. Certainly, like when you talk about GOATs, you have to mention him, but he does not make my list. I will start at, let me pull up my list, make sure I have the right one that I sent over to Max. I am going to go at 5. I'm going to go Michael Phelps, the greatest Olympian of all time. I'm going to rank him a little bit higher. It's hard to argue anything that Michael Phelps has done, the medals, the number of Olympics he's competed in, greatest Olympian of all time. Number 4, we are going to go Tom Brady. I didn't struggle by any means with Tom Brady. Like, Tom Brady is on there. You win 7 Super Bowls, like you mentioned, the longevity you play, like Tom Brady is certainly on there. I just feel like there's in football, and with Mahomes, and Mahomes still has a ways to go. Like, he still has to win more rings, but like he's inching closer. Like, there's some competition in terms of getting to, well, there's some competition is probably not the right word. When I think about the greatest football player of all time, like Tom Brady is number 1, but like Mahomes also pops in my head of like, okay, he could get there someday. He could, if he stays on this track, could get there. So that's what Tom Brady's for. 3, I'm going to go Messi. I think what Messi's done is absolutely incredible. And if he wins today, I think that number 3 spot is very warranted. Like, maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit today, but if he wins 2 straight World Cups, like Messi at number 3, that one would make sense to me. Number 2, I'm going with the great one himself, Wayne Gretzky. I mean, he pretty much has the name in it. You talk about his accomplishments. Holds over 60 NHL records, 2,800 career points. I read this. I didn't realize this was, and I'm like, I guess I just didn't realize this. He would still be the NHL's all-time points leader, even if you removed every goal he ever scored.
Yes.
That's a crazy stat.
Yeah, it's my favorite Gretzky stat. It's so wild.
That is absolutely insane. That's absolutely insane. And then number 1, I think you know where I'm going, PJ, because you're right. Like, I feel like, and I don't know for a fact, like in my mind, this is like Michael Jordan created the phrase the GOAT. Like, that was created for Michael Jordan. People were probably using it long before. People were probably using it with Muhammad Ali. But in my mind, it's like the GOAT originated because of Michael Jordan. And so MJ is the number 1 GOAT on my list as well. So we have all of the same, except I have Messi, you have Muhammad Ali, and then we have them mixed up a little bit outside of MJ being number 1.
Yeah, you know what? Again, like I was saying when I was doing my list, you could argue that Gretzky could be higher. I probably should put him ahead of Brady if I'm being honest with you. I'll still go with the 2 Michaels, 1, 2, because MJ is just who I think of first. And again, if you're the greatest Olympic athlete ever, and like if you think Olympics, I mean, that's truly like the best athletes in the world, and Phelps is the best of them all. I'll still keep him at 2. Messi, I think if he wins today, he could potentially move into number 5. I mean, going back to back and doing it at this age, it's like what Martino said. The fact that he's still the best at 39 is just absolutely unbelievable. So it's all subjective. It's a great talking point. And Ryan Fox, Kate, just won the Open Championship with a birdie on 18. We got some great drama. So yes, Ryan Fox, that was unbelievable. I can't wait to see what his number was pre-tournament. It had to be north of 300 to 1. It's going to be one of the biggest long shots ever to win a major. So pretty unbelievable there. Ryan Fox, definitely not a top 5 GOAT of all time, but today he is in the top 5. And again, that bogey on 18 from Cam Young is going to haunt him for a long time. All he had to do was par that hole. He'd be in a playoff right now. Instead, he bogeys, and Ryan Fox wins the Open Championship. That is, I'm sure we'll see that on Twitter here soon when we go to commercial break. But if you had that ticket, I know there wasn't many of you. Congratulations. That you might be able to pay to go to the World Cup today. So if you're in the New York area and you just hit Ryan Fox, you still can't. You might have a chance to head over to MetLife.
PJ, Ryan Fox, like not a name you hear all that much.
No.
I mean, I not going to lie, I'm not exactly super familiar with Ryan Fox's game outside of this weekend watching him. T23 at the U.S. Open this year, but outside and RBC Canadian Open, like finished top 10 in that one. Outside of that, top 30 finish, top 66. Those aren't exactly scores to like write home about. You're finishing, not top, tied for 66. Like you win the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. Woo! That's with stuff. A birdie on 18. That's good stuff.
I mean, great stuff. I love too watching the celebration. The caddy almost like reacted more than Ryan Fox did because, these caddies, especially if you're a guy like Ryan Fox, you don't know how long he's going to be on the tour and what's going to be. So, when you win a major championship, you get a 5-year exemption into all the majors. You get to play that major for the rest of your life. And then obviously the amount of money that you win. I don't know what the winner of the Open makes these days, but I think he's probably going to make, I'm sure we can look that up, but I think it's probably like $3 or $4 million. So congrats to Ryan Fox, man. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. The purse is 17.7 mil. So the winner is 3.2. So Ryan Fox just had a pretty payday, and his caddy just had a better payday than he probably ever anticipated having in his
$320K. Kate, I would bet that the caddy has made more money off this event than he maybe has combined ever with Ryan Fox. Maybe
I would co-sign that with you.
maybe it's like a little more, the amount of total events, but it's got to be close. So I can't wait to see what he was pre-tournament. My guess is going to be 300-1, but it's going to be an insane number.
Wow, the Australian winning the Open Championship over in England. That's pretty good stuff. Wow. And Sam Burns, who entered the day with a 2-stroke lead, finishes 2 over for the day. So sorry, PJ. I didn't mean to bring that up because I know you did bet on him to win. But he was the leader going into today. Scotty Scheffler, 7 under. Fleetwood. Hey, you won your Fleetwood and Burns both top 5. 7-1 type of ticket.
Nice.
That's
so that huge. Needed that one. Absolutely money. And you know what? Burns, he is nobody to blame, but he couldn't birdie either of those par 5s. He parred every hole on the back 9. He could not make any birdies. So that's a tough one for Sam Burns. He won't have many better opportunities to win a major. Again, when Ryan Fox wins a major and you're in contention, like that's a tough one. With all due respect to Ryan Fox, it's not like he lost to Scotty or Rory. So that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Oof. Well, all right. Ryan Fox, your winner of the Open Championship. That is our power rankings to the GOATs of sports. PJ and I both power ranked those. We had MJ number 1 overall on both of our lists. All right. We got to talk a little MLB, PJ. We'll do that on the other side. Second half of the season storylines. Will the Tigers trade Skubal? We'll answer those questions next.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. To use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either of those two tokens, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. That's the MLB Odds Boost token boost. Odds Boost token boost? Odds Boost for MLB, PJ. Is what I'm trying to say, over at BetMGM. And we're going to talk a little MLB here because second half of the season underway, post All-Star break. The trade deadline is right around the corner, August 3rd. And the talks about Tarek Skubal, PJ, are back atop of the headlines on whether or not the Tigers should trade him because the Tigers are, playing a little bit better. They're back into postseason contention, or at least up in the standings where that is it's a reasonable outcome for them at this point in the season. They still have a little ways to go, but it could certainly get there. So, Skubal on the trading block come August 3rd. Is it happening?
I think so. I think the Tigers have to. I think they have to. I mean, they're 3.5 games out of a final wild card spot. Now, the problem is they keep winning. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games. So, if you would ask this question 3 weeks ago, it would have been, no question, like without a doubt, they're trading Skubal. But now, coming into the season, they had aspirations of getting back to the playoffs. They were in the divisional round last year. They lost in 5 games to Seattle. They thought maybe they had a team good enough to potentially get to the World Series. The offense has just not been good this year. And I think they got to sell, Kate, because look, in their heart of hearts, the Tigers feel like they're probably not going to win the World Series. And you also know Skubal's not re-signing. So you got to get at least something for him. With that being said, though, if they feel like they are going to make it into the postseason, when you got a guy like that at the top of your rotation, you got a chance to beat anybody. So I see both sides. The AL, as we know, is so jumbled up. There are so many teams that they got to battle with. They're 3.5 games back, Kate, of the final wild card spot. They got 5 teams ahead of them. Seattle, Minnesota, Baltimore, Houston, Toronto's right there. So it's crowded. I think they do end up trading him. Then obviously the big question is if they trade him to who. I think the Dodgers are the team that a lot of people are going to throw around. What makes the Dodgers so annoying? Not only are they so good and do they have so much money, they have the best farm system in baseball, Kate. So they can go out and get anybody that they want. The big question for the Dodgers, if you know that you can just give Scooble the amount of money that he's looking for, are you truly willing to just give away your farm system to go get him? Maybe they are. I don't know. I kind of think Tampa Bay could be a sleeper in all of this potentially, because like at some point the Rays got to go all in. We know what Tampa is every year. They're a machine. They're like the Brewers. I mean, those teams are like mirror images of each other, but they play in different leagues. The Rays, you know you can't afford somebody like Scooble, but you have a great farm system. McClanahan's back. You got good pitching. You got one of the best young players in baseball in Caminero. You've been the best team in the American League all season. Go all in and get a guy like Scooble. I would love to see them do that. They have one of the top 3 farm systems in the sport. The Dodgers will be your betting favorite. A lot of people expect them to go to LA, but I think Tampa is the sleeper team, and I'd love to see them pull the trigger. It goes against everything that Tampa is because they normally don't love to do that. They want to build up their farm system. They love to play money ball, all those sorts of things. But they do love good pitching, and you have a chance to go acquire the best pitcher in baseball. Yeah. And they got the capital to do it. So I think there's a chance maybe Tampa could be in the Scooble sweepstakes.
PJ, here's another scenario for you. Like looking at the Tigers' upcoming schedule, they just won their first 2 games out of the break. They're in a series right now with the Angels. Play again today. Then they go to Chicago to play the Cubs. And then you have Kansas City, Baltimore, and the A's. And your series with the A's ends on August 2nd, right before August 3rd. Like the Cubs are the toughest team in that stretch. Like, what if they go and they beat Kansas City? They sweep Kansas City, or they win 3 out of the 4 that they play there, and then 2 out of the 3 against. Like, what if they continue to win? Does that matter at all in terms of, because like if they continue to win and they can see them like start climbing in those wild card standings a little bit, all of a sudden, like I feel like the fan base would just absolutely revolt if you're in postseason contention and like actually in series contention versus being in a crowded, 3.5 games back when there's 17 teams in, your similar spot. But that schedule is very easy over the next 2 weeks that it feels like a lot could be changing for the Tigers.
It's why those general managers get paid the big bucks. It's a tough thing to navigate. I would say that 2.5 is the magic number. I think if they're 2 games or fewer back of the wild card standings by the time the trade deadline rolls around, I think they hang on to Scooble. I think if they're 3 games or more behind like they are now, they're 3.5, I think he gets traded. So it depends the situation that they're in. I kind of think regardless, unless you go into the trade deadline and you're in the playoffs, even if you're like a game and a half back, I would still sell, because the goal every year is to win a World Series. If you're in contention and you got a guy like Scooble, then you got to go for it. But the last thing, the absolute doomsday nightmare scenario is the Tigers missing the playoffs and keeping Scooble and then not getting anything for him. So that way, at least you do something, even though you'll never know what happens if you trade him, if you make the playoff push, if you get in, if you win a World, you'll never know. But at least you get something for him. And the haul that you're going to get from these teams is just nuts. So I feel like the Tigers, unless they're kind of in playoff position, they got to trade them. They have to, because that's the worst thing possible is you just hang on to a guy like that and you get nothing for him.
Well, I mean, talk about the fan base revolting if you are winning and you trade him. If you keep him and then you don't make the playoffs, and then at the end of the season, that's a nightmare right there for that fan base as well. One other question that we posed in the rundown here: who will be the biggest name dealt at the deadline outside of Scooble? The names were Mike Trout, Aroldis Chapman, etc. PJ, 60 seconds left. Anyone else on your list?
Yeah, I mean, again, 2-3 weeks ago, we thought probably some Red Sox players, but they've won 11 in a row, so I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. Trout, I'll see it when I believe it. You would hope at some point the Angels just do him a solid and ship him off and let him go try to compete for a championship. I don't know if that day will happen. I think there's a chance it might, but I I can't see it happen. I think the biggest name, Kate, is Mason Miller, the closer for the Padres. I mean, they gave up a king's ransom to go acquire him for the Athletics. It didn't work out. Now they got to go and try and get as much as they can. And I mean, again, you're talking about the best reliever in baseball who can get you 6 outs and you don't even have to sweat it. So you can get a great haul for him, and I think he could be on the move as well.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. NFL talk, World Cup talk, power rankings, that's all coming your way over the next hour. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
1 hour away from kickoff in the World Cup. I'm pausing because all of a sudden, PJ, you're like, yep, that is true. I'm pausing because I was getting my Centrals, my Easterns mixed up here. I was all confused.
I know.
The clock on the show
Tough.
is Eastern. The clock on my computer is Central. So I was just making sure I had it all right. I got to give the correct information out to the people. The game does start in an hour. 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern.
And it will start right. It will start right at 3 Eastern, 2 Central. You are correct. It'll start. So honestly, Kate, one of the things I'm going to miss most about the World Cup, and it's just like, it's my favorite part of soccer. One of my favorite parts, when they say that game starting at 3, that thing kicks off at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
It's the
best.
We could learn a lot. We could learn a lot from that here in American sports. As much as we're all looking forward to football returning, I'll tell you what I'm not looking forward to is on Saturdays, the SEC primetime game that should kick off at 7:30 kicks off at 7:50. And then Sunday Night Football that should kick off at 8:15 that kicks off at 8:23 Eastern time. It just be like soccer. You know, you say the game's going to start at a certain time, start at a certain time.
Like the game day, what do you call them? I mean, like the people who put on the game day production and the TV production companies, like they're all in sync. It's all perfect. They know exactly. I mean, you even have the big theatrics on the field ahead of these games too. You have the fireworks smoke in the flags. Like to have all of that come together all at the perfect time. Like everything goes off at the right time in order for the game to start. Why can't we do that in not only football, other sports too? Like baseball's pretty close to like first pitch is happening at that moment. Like they're closer than football.
Right.
Basketball, so. I would say baseball is the better of those 3 other sports. But yeah,
Definitely.
we have a lot to learn from soccer because it is nice that, you know, it's going to kick off at 3. Yeah, football's a disaster.
Definitely worse. Football's.
Oh yeah.
They start.
They don't.
Although I will.
They don't care.
Football is good on the like NFL Sunday 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Like those games are kicking off like 1:01 Eastern time. You know, those games at 4:05, 4:25, they are kicking off then. So I'll give football credit there. It's definitely more so the primetime games, like the Monday Night Football, the Sunday night, the Thursday night, and then college football is just, they are awful. Again, the games that are supposed to start, like there are some games that start right at noon, and then there are other games, it's like anytime we get that, you know, Fox big noon kickoff, it's like, okay, big noon kickoff, we're starting at noon. And then I see like a 15-minute counter, and I'm like, this game's not kicking off until 12:15. What are we doing?
It's the big noon 12:25 kickoff. That's what we get there.
Be rebranded as. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so we have some stuff to learn from soccer in terms of that. Some other things that the NFL can learn from soccer, PJ. Perfect transition to the topic that we were going to discuss here is the turf issue. Because if you can have grass fields for the World Cup at a stadium like MetLife, why can't you have it for the NFL? And that's what players are kind of starting to talk even more so about than they have in the past, because players have voiced their concern about this, and it's been an issue. Certainly at MetLife, they've kind of been notorious for having terrible turf and injuries happening there. But now there is a hashtag worth the cost that players are posting on Twitter right now. Laramie Tunsil, he's someone that posted, he said, if stadiums can make grass work for the World Cup, they can make it work for NFL players. We are hashtag worth the cost. Caleb Williams has talked about it. And it does seem, it kind of feels like obvious or like a simple solution. Like, why can't you just do grass? Like, why is it that big of a deal? If it's all about the money, these owners are all billionaires. Why can't you shovel out of, a little bit extra cash for turf? Because it is at the cost of, Zaire Franklin wrote this. He says, at the cost of doing nothing is paid for by players' bodies. Make grass mandatory. Like, it costs the players a season sometimes. It costs them sometimes maybe a career in terms of reaching the potential that they otherwise would have had they not gotten hurt. So the fact that you can have all these stadiums across the country having real grass for soccer, but yet the NFL can't do it. That feels like a problem that we all know that the NFL's had for a while, but like it's almost like the spotlight's even greater on it because soccer just did it. Why can't we do it too?
Not only did they just do it, but don't you love the fact now that all these stadiums are ripping up the grass from their fields? It's like they already gave you the grass. You could have just kept that. Like I'm watching Dallas rip up the grass and SoFi rip up the grass. After today's game, MetLife is going to rip up the grass. But you're right. These NFL players have every right to be furious because the NFL for so long has told them, nah, we can't do it. We're not going to do that. Well, clearly you can, and clearly FIFA showed you that it's possible. Not only is it possible, but you can actually do it like pretty quickly. And I've always found it funny, you know, all these other sports, right? Like the basketball court is always the same dimensions. It's always the same floor. A hockey rink, same thing. Baseball, even though the warning track is different, obviously the dimensions and those kinds of things in the outfield, the infield is all the same. Like, why is it in football we play on different grass surfaces? I just don't understand, especially if grass is clearly better for player health and you're all about player safety and you take all these precautions to help out with concussions and CTE and these kinds of things. But we all know what a problem, like you said, especially at MetLife with ACL tears and how many players have gotten injuries there and on these fields. It's got to be really tough. So they have every right to be frustrated. The next time we have a players association versus the league, I want to see kind of how those talks go and if they make any progress on those discussions. But I think it's so funny, like watching all these games that have been played when FIFA mandated that you have to play on grass field. These stadiums made it happen. And now they're just ripping up all this perfectly great grass to put in new turf field. It's like they did the hard part for you. Now all you got to do is just maintain it. All you got to do is keep up with it. Instead, you're just ripping it all back up and starting from scratch.
Well, also, like, yeah, it's there for you. Like, just build upon that, maintain it, all of that stuff. But if it's all about money too for these owners, and you know, maintaining a grass field costs more, like, do you think you lose a lot of money when if Jaden Daniels were to go down and tear his ACL playing on turf? Like, you're probably losing a lot of money if fans not wanting to come watch the Commanders as much because there's your star players gone. And I only throw out the Commanders because Larry Tunsil talked about it. And like that, it feels like if you make everything as it should be for player safety, player health, in the long term, the money will be there. Plus, like, your billionaire owners, like what are we doing? If so many players are arguing this and wanting this, and this article that Brooke Pryor wrote for ESPN says that I don't know where she got this number, but she's a phenomenal reporter, so I trust her reporting. 92% of NFL players prefer natural grass. That's far more than the majority of the NFL. There should be no competitive advantage on the surface throughout the league. It should be all the same throughout. To your point of like the dimensions on an NBA floor and an ice rink and all of that is the exact same. Like, that's how I feel about NFL fields. Like, don't allow one team to have a better competitive advantage over the other.
Yeah, well said. I agree with you. Yeah, I just, it's not something any of us really considered either. Like, I never heard people talking about this, about how obviously FIFA mandates this. This isn't new. It's the way it's always been. But how these NFL stadiums were going to have to adapt and put grass fields in their stadium. And now this would become such a big talking point. So hopefully it gets figured out at some point down the road. I don't expect it to be able to get figured out, them to come to an agreement, but you feel for the players who are throwing their bodies on the line every single week and going out there. And, this is a way that the NFL could make their lives a little easier, and they're just not doing it.
Yeah, well, that's sometimes the NFL for you. We got a text. I don't know if this is real. The Daily Bro. I also think everyone should have grass. Oh, I gotcha. Bob Marley. RIP. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I was supposed to read that. That was a YouTube comment. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. That's a good one. PJ, yeah.
The Bob Marley comment gave it the, Bob Marley being the one who said that was the dead giveaway. Because initially I was looking at that too, and then I'm like, oh, Bob Marley. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, Bob Marley. Different type of grass that we are talking about there. Everyone should have grass.
Correct.
Sure, why not? Yeah. All right. So with that, there is a game being played at MetLife later today, and it will be played on grass, and it is the World Cup, Argentina and Spain. We've previewed this throughout, but we always have new listeners popping in and out of the show throughout the afternoon. PJ, people in their cars, tuning in on YouTube, all of that. So let's talk about the World Cup a little bit more. I mean, we only have, another hour essentially to talk about it, and then, maybe a day or two after to recap it, and then we have to wait another 4 years. So World Cup action this afternoon. You like Spain, and PJ, you like them in regulation to win this one. Why in regulation versus in, extra time penalty kicks?
I just think the longer that this game goes where it's tied or Spain is only up by one, the more danger that is for Spain. And then the more you worry about Argentina kind of doing what they've been doing all tournament, right? As much as I feel confident in Spain not playing down to the way that some of these other teams have, because Kate, I think that's been really the biggest thing throughout this tournament is the aura around Argentina. It's almost got the same vibe of like in college football or college basketball when you have one of these mid-major teams walking into Cameron Indoor Stadium, right? Or you have a college football team, you have like Middle Tennessee or Kennesaw State going to play Ohio State at the Shoe. And it's like you get so wide-eyed, you get so nervous. You might score a touchdown to go up 7-0. You might go on a 10-2 run to open up the basketball game. And you're like, oh my God, we're beating Duke. We're beating Ohio State. What do we do next? It's kind of had this feel, especially like the Egypt game. They're up 2-0. Their fans don't know what to do. Their players, they don't know what to do. They're like, oh my God, we're beating the champs. We're beating Messi. And then all of a sudden that catches up with you. They're not going to react that way. They're the European champs. They were the pre-tournament favorites. They've had targets on their back. With all that being said, though, it's human nature, and you definitely know who's on the other side. You know how they've just been winning all these games, and the longer that you let them hang around, the more you're asking for trouble. So that's why I don't want this game to go to extra time. I don't want this game to go to penalty kicks. Spain needs to handle their business in regulation, and I think they need to handle it rather early and get off to a pretty good start. So I like Spain plus 125 on the money line. And as I mentioned, Kate, I dabbled with the couple, correct scores, 3-0, 4-0, those kinds of things. I think there is a chance that Spain could beat them up pretty good. And then the guy I'm taking a shot with to score a goal, anytime goal scorer, is going to be Rodri, the midfielder. He won the Ballon d'Or a couple years ago. He is 9-1 at BetMGM to score an anytime goal. So I will go with the Spain captain to find the back of the net.
I like it. My concern here, or maybe not concern, but like one of the angles that I think is really makes this game really interesting is the fact that Spain doesn't score a whole lot. Argentina does, but Spain doesn't give up many goals. Spain's given up one goal this entire World Cup. So like which side is going to give? Which side's going to break first? Is it going to be the offense, the attack of Argentina that finally breaks Spain's defense? Or is it going to be Spain's offense that finally comes alive? And maybe comes alive isn't even the right word, because they're not like a team that is like, they're fine with their style of play and not being like an offense, an attack, super attack heavy team. They like to just kind of control it, methodical, like those types of things. But like one side has to break at some point today because someone has to win. So is it Argentina's offense that's going to be quiet, or is it because of Spain's defense, or is it Spain's offense that might come alive because Argentina's defense isn't quite as strong? So, those types of things. So I totally am with you on if Spain's going to win it, they need to do it in regulation, because you can't open the door for Messi and Argentina to take advantage of any mistakes in extra time, in penalty kicks, because that's what they've done throughout this entire tournament. They have won or advanced in 14 straight knockout matches in the World Cup and Copa America, PJ, dating all the way back to 2021 Copa America. That's a crazy stat, crazy run. So if you like, which almost makes me think, if you like, and I got to pull these odds back up in front of me, but if you like Argentina to win it's probably smarter. You don't get as good of odds, but it's probably smarter to take them just to win overall versus to take them to win in regulation. Plus 135 overall versus plus 260 in regulation.
Totally agree. We were talking with Martino earlier, and he said that, coming into the tournament, he would have thought if Argentina and Spain would have played a hypothetical game, he would have liked Argentina in penalties. But now if they went to penalties, he would actually like Spain. I disagree with that. I know Messi's missed a couple penalty kicks so far in the tournament, but again, that just feels like the kind of game that Argentina is going to find a way to win. That's what they've been doing all tournament. And even though anything can happen in penalties, they have a terrific goalkeeper in Simone. Like, that's not the kind of game I want to play if I'm Spain. Everybody's been comparing this, and we talked about earlier in the show, they've been comparing this Argentina team to the Chiefs from 2 years ago. I also made the comparison to Argentina and TCU football 3 years ago. Both TCU and the Chiefs had very similar feel to this Argentina team where they just found ways to win games. They made it all the way to the title game. Mm-hmm. Okay, what happened in both of those title games? The Eagles jumped out to a 17-0 lead, and they won by 25. Georgia jumped out to like a 40-point lead at halftime, and they won by 60. So those teams didn't allow TCU and the Chiefs to hang around. They didn't make it a fourth quarter game, and I think Spain's got to do the same thing today. They can't let Argentina hang around. It can't be 1-0 in the 80th minute like it was in the England game. Like, that's just where you're asking for trouble. It's not that Spain can't win that game today. It's not that they can't win 1-0 today. You just wouldn't feel great about it. Whereas, obviously, if they take a 2-0 lead going into intermission, you'd feel pretty good about their chances.
All right, well, we are now 45 minutes away. Well, I'm sorry, 44 minutes away from kickoff at the World Cup. Head over to BetMGM, place those bets we just talked about. There is a World's Game $250,000 free-to-play promo going on. You can, throughout the World Cup, predict what will happen each day for a chance with bonus bets. We only have one day left. That is today. So go for a share of $10,000 for each day of the tournament. You can predict what's going to happen. If your total is the highest, you'll win a share of bonus bets. So here's how it happens. 3 easy steps. Enter the World's Game $250,000 pick'em free-to-play games. Answer questions each day of the tournament to make predictions on what will happen. And if you get the most picks right that day, you will win a share of bonus bets. Head over to BetMGM right now. Coming up on the other side, we are going to draft which finals would we most like to attend with the Open Championship wrapping up today, World Cup finals today. I'm assuming those are going to be part of the BetMGM Game Day draft board that we cook up next. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. This is Westwood One Sports.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
It is that time of the show. It's what we do every week here on BetMGM Game Day. We do a little draft. Everyone joins us, all the behind-the-scenes guys that are helping pulling the strings throughout the show, jump on with us, and we all draft a certain something based on either, like an event that's happening in one of our lives or an event that's happening in the sporting world. We mix it up every week. Sometimes it's sports related, sometimes it's not. Today it is sports related, though, because we have the Open that wrapped up this afternoon, and then we have the World Cup that's starting, World Cup final in about a half hour, 36 minutes. And so today we're going to draft the finals that we would most want to attend. That could be a World Cup, could be the NBA finals, all sorts of things. But we're going to go ahead and draft. We always do a snake-like draft. PJ is going to start us off. We'll go to Grant, myself, and Mike. And then we'll go back around. 4 rounds here. PJ, you start us off. Which finals event would you most like to attend?
It's today's event. I would love to go to a World Cup final. That's number one on my list. When I went to the Curacao Ivory Coast game earlier this year, just being there, I kept thinking to myself, I can only imagine what the energy in a stadium must be like for a game like today, or like England, Argentina, or any of those big teams playing in a high stakes game. We all see how into it all these countries get. I mean, even here in the U.S., with the way that the team was looking through group stage, everybody was fired up. They were looking forward to that Belgium game. It was Monday Night Football. We were getting all excited. So with how great these atmospheres are and how much these countries love it and they live and breathe it, I think a World Cup final is the best sporting event that you can get to. So that's my number one.
All right. I like it. I really can't argue with that. Had I been number one in this draft, that would have been my top one as well. Grant, what do you say? What's yours?
Yeah, PJ kind of took the layup there. So I guess I'll go with a midi jumper here, I guess, if you want to call it that. I'll go Super Bowl. It's the biggest event in American history, sporting-wise, and it's the one event that everybody talks about going to. If they would have a bucket list item to go to, it would probably be the Super Bowl. And it's one thing to watch your team play it on television, and a lot of us have had that opportunity to see that. But seeing it in person is a whole different animal. And even if your team's not playing in it, just go into say Chiefs and Niners or something like that, you would still love the event itself. And it's the Super Bowl. I mean, all you got to say is that. So I'll do that for my first pick.
One of the biggest events in sports. I can't argue with a little Super Bowl action there. I am going to go for mine. One of the 4 major sports. Not the one I would typically of my interests want to attend, but I think it's one of the best of the maybe outside of the Super Bowl format. Stanley Cup final, Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final. I think that would be unbelievable. Hockey playoffs are just different. It's a different vibe than basketball playoffs and the NBA finals and stuff like that. So I'm going to go Stanley Cup final as my number one. Mike, you're on the clock.
Thank you guys for having me and having me stand in here, first of all.
Of course.
To be a part of this draft. So I'm going to go, since it's the 10-year anniversary of one of the great sporting moments of my existence as a Cleveland sports fan, when the Cavs won the NBA championship. I'm going to go NBA Finals here. As you saw with the Knicks, how emotional it is. And also, basketball has always been kind of an identifier with me. I played basketball when I was young. I just loved basketball growing up. And now you got all these emotions coming back with LeBron potentially coming back. So, almost 10 years to the day, I'm going to say NBA Finals with my first pick. And then I have to snake back around here, right? So we got another pick here.
You got 2.
I'm going to go with the Masters, since we just had a golf tournament here. There's something about the tradition of Augusta National and, the green jacket and, so many iconic things have happened at that golf course, and, just how exclusive it is, and just how, it feels big. So I think the Masters would be my next pick as well.
Those are two solid ones. I can't argue with those at all, Mike. Masters would be pretty incredible. All right, for my next one, I have two that could go here. I'm hoping one of them is still around when this gets back to me, so I'll go with the other. I'm going to go World Series. I'm going to go Game 7 of a World Series. And I mean, I guess when we're saying finals, like any game of the World Series, but like specifically both for the Stanley Cup and World Series, well, that's kind of silly to say because, of course, a Game 7 is the best of any type of sports and series. But I'm going to go World Series baseball as my number two most finals I'd want to attend. Grant.
See, I feel bad about this next pick because I feel like Mike took one of PJ's answers in his second pick, and I feel like I'm taking another pick for PJ, and I'm going to go Final Four title game. College basketball is different. You have the most casual fans come in just to watch March, and then they're like, watching Houston basketball for the first time or Florida basketball for the first time. They're cheering them on like they've been watching them all season since like October to March and stuff like that. But saying it's kind of me as well. But at the same time, like it's the Final Four. You have it every year. Everybody loves it. It's a huge tournament that everybody tunes in to watch. Even the most casual fans tune in to watch it too. So I'm going to go Final Four for my next pick.
It's a good pick, Grant. It's a good pick. A couple good picks this round. So mine, Kate, I totally agree with you. Stanley Cup final would be electric. I'll take it one step further, though, and we had this happen this year, but when U.S. played Canada in the gold medal game, I think that is like peak sports right there. I think World Cup final and that Canada-U.S. game, man, I mean, that is as good as it gets in sports. Think about how many sporting events you would wake up for at 5 a.m. West Coast time to watch, and you wouldn't even need coffee because you'd be so fired up to watch it. And that game just always delivers when those two go at it. Any gold medal game would be great. But when you get the U.S. and Canada, with how even they are, with how much they dislike each other, and just how good the brand of hockey is, I think an Olympic final gold medal game in hockey would definitely be up there. So that would be my second pick. And then I'll come back around and I'll take the Wimbledon final because it's just so unique, right? You could be sitting down in a seat and Tom Holland and Zendaya could be next to you. Or maybe Brad Pitt is in the row in front of you. Or maybe Andrew Garfield is sitting behind you. And then on top of that, you get world-class tennis. You get to dress up, strawberries and cream. You get the princess and the prince, sitting there. Maybe the king shows up. So just the pomp and circumstance of Wimbledon and what a unique event that is. I will go with that as well.
That was the one I was hoping was still around, PJ.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Grant?
So for my next pick, when Peach took the gold medal game for hockey, I was going to say maybe we could kind of blur the lines of maybe expounding it, but this is available as well, so I'm going to pick this one as well. Maybe it sticks around. Not really sure. I still have some more in the chamber, but I'm going to go the college football natty, whether it be the BCS game or whether it be the college football playoffs now, and it's been more expanded. College football is always going to be one of the things that attracts everybody, and they always play it in the big stadiums, and always the big teams are playing in it. And then you have underdog stories like Indiana last year, so you don't always have the Alabamas or the Clemsons or the Ohio States winning it. You'll have Indiana out of nowhere. You got to Google them to find out about them, but at the same time, it's still a must-see game that everybody tunes in, and it's on a Monday too. Not a lot of people understand putting that in the Monday slot gives people a lot more chances to watch that game instead of just watching it on a Saturday or a Sunday NFL would do. So that's one reason why I like that as well, that I would want to attend college football national championship.
The list is starting to dwindle a little bit. These are getting a little bit more tough. I'm going to go because I could go to another major for golf or another Grand Slam for tennis. I'm going to go College World Series finals.
Okay.
Baseball. that may be a little aggressive, a little too high up on the list with some of the other events out there. But I think that could be a fun one. I have never been to the College World Series, and I know the opening weekend or the opening week or whatnot, first round is kind of when everyone goes and like parties real hard. But I think I watch the College World Series finals on TV, and I'm not a massive college baseball fan. I don't follow it throughout the season hardcore like some people do, but I always watch the finals. So being there, I think that could be kind of fun.
I like it. All right, Mike, you got two picks.
Good. I got 2 picks. Yeah. PJ, took Wimbledon away from me, like Kate said, because that's a good one. I'm gonna go with this one. Like I covered, auto racing a little bit a year or so back. Indianapolis 500. That is a huge weekend. And for the average person, you don't really care about, open wheel racing and that sort of type of stuff. A lot of people are into NASCAR, but IndyCar racing gets that spectacle. There's it's a huge weekend in Indianapolis, 80, 90, 100,000 people get into the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's a huge event. And I didn't really understand that until I kind of started to, dabble in it a little bit for work. And yeah, that's a great event. And then along the same lines, not that I covered it, the Kentucky Derby. The Kentucky Derby is a great event too. Much like Wimbledon, it's a who's who. You've got so many people there. Everybody's dressed up in the most snazzy outfits and everybody's just looking their best. I'd love to go there. I'd love to go to the Kentucky Derby.
Kentucky Derby's been on my list too. I have not been there, Mike, but that would be fun. Especially, I would love the dress up portion of it. The fancy hats, all that stuff, the drinks. I could pound some mint juleps for sure. I also like your Indy 500. I was gonna go Monaco Grand Prix for my next one, but I'm gonna pivot a little bit. I think, I really think I messed up on the College World Series when I think about some other events. I would prefer to go to the Monaco Grand Prix over the College World Series, of course. But this one, I got to go with because this would be really fun. I would love to go to the Ryder Cup and go to the final day of the Ryder Cup. That would be awesome. Europeans versus the U.S. I think if you can't go to a Masters or something like that, going to the Ryder Cup would be pretty awesome.
That's a great one. Great one.
Yeah, okay, that's a good pick. Golf is one of those ones as well that you have many championships that you can attend, so it's always a good one. Mm-hmm. Mine's a little bit stretchy, but it still counts towards being a quote-unquote final, as in a race. So I'm going to go F1 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. It's the last race of the season for F1. And if you look back at last year, that race kind of did determine the winner between Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. So, it's still technically counted as a final, but it is the last race of the year. It determines who can win the championship. And a lot of times, like it was last year, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of, points added towards what position you land in. Like, for example, Lando could only finish top 3 or above to win the championship. If Max, who did win the race, had win the race, he would have won the championship. There's all these great headlines going into the race. So that's one of the races I would love to. And Abu Dhabi, great city to tourist-wise. And then also the racetrack is absolutely awesome. There's a reason why it's the last race of the year.
Good one as well. I'll go back to the Olympics, and the gold medal hockey game would be my number one. But if I couldn't attend that, I'd love to go to a 4x100 meter race to watch the gold medal. When you get the 4 fastest humans from each country just going each 100 meters, dead sprint, they pass the baton to one each other. That was my favorite event growing up. Is when obviously you had Jamaica at the height of their powers with Usain Bolt and Johan Blake. And I think the U.S. had Tyson Gay maybe and some other people. And it was just watching, all those countries, but especially Jamaica and the U.S. with their 4 fastest people going at it. I just, in person, to watch those guys must be unbelievable. So I would love to attend a 4x100 relay race. So that'll be my final play.
That's a great one. PJ, as you know, I went to the Olympics a couple of years ago, and the track events were absolutely phenomenal. Like cool. Like we weren't at the 4x100, I don't believe, but we were at the 100-meter dash with Noah Lyles. The most incredible sporting event I've been at, and it was what, like, I don't know.
10 seconds.
What did they run it in? Like 10 seconds? Yeah,
9
8 seconds,
seconds.
whatever
9
it is.
and a half. Right, whatever it is. Yeah.
Like, unbelievable. So we always, Max picks for us behind the scenes here, and he's picking PJ. PJ's the winner. I think so too. You have a great PJ's list is World Cup gold medal, Olympic gold medal game for hockey for like the US and Canada this past year, Wimbledon, and then a 4x100 race. I can't argue with PJ taking home the crown today.
Yeah, I feel good about my picks. The one that I was going back and forth on too was we just had the Open Championship. Next year, they are going to have it at St. Andrews, which I think right there with the Masters, like if you're going to see a golf major, seeing the Open at the birthplace of golf. But I would rather play St. Andrews than go to an event there. You know what I mean? Like knowing that you can play it, I'd rather do that. So that's why I'll go with the 4x100 relay, because I know I'll never compete in something like that. And I could only ever watch it. So maybe back in the day, Kate, I could hang my own. But now getting a little tough. So I'll choose the 4x100 over the Open at St. Andrews. But I cannot wait for that next year. And that is at the top of my sports bucket list of things to attend or things to do, is to play around a golf there. So hoping to do that.
St.
Andrews.
Andrews, that would be pretty incredible. Well, PG, speaking of like the track and field, the 4x100, did you see that we have a new world, mile world record? Some guy said it last night. It's like 3 minutes and like, oh yeah. Okay. 3 minutes and something. So you guess.
3 minutes and 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
3 minutes 42 seconds. Set by British runner Josh Kerr. He surpassed the previous record by 17 seconds. PJ, 17.
Oh my God,
that's insane. I'm pretty
sure
the second place person that finished yesterday also set a world record, but like, or surpassed that previous world record, but like it wasn't, obviously he was second. So like, doesn't really matter.
The fact that the previous person had barely cracked 4 minutes and then this guy comes in there and does it in 3:42.
Absolutely insane.
My goodness.
Insane.
Woo.
Insane. All right. We got to take a quick break. We come back. We will get you set for the World Cup. We're also going to do a lot of NFL talk coming your way. Top 10 quarterback list revealed by ESPN. We'll tell you what we think about it next. This is BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. stage for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Crack! You hear that? That is the sound of the ball hitting the baseball bat and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. How it works: play as the batter, select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token. Just head over to BetMGM and play the swing for a daily shot to win. PJ, speaking of heading over to BetMGM, we have the World Cup starting off here in a couple minutes. Last minute bets for anyone that may just be joining the show and listening, or anyone who has been listening but wants a little refresh on where we're putting our money.
We're betting Spain, Kate. We're betting Spain in regulation. Got it plus 130. I see it's down to plus 120 now, but yeah, still like the plus money on Spain. If you want to take them to lift the cup at minus money and lay the juice, I like that as well. But I just rather bet Spain in regulation, because I think that if this game goes to extra time or certainly penalties, that's advantage Argentina. I'll just take Spain in regulation. Both teams to score, I've seen, has been a popular play today at BetMGM. It's about minus 115. I'm going to stay away from that. But I think that's interesting. There's another bet too, Kate, that I kind of like, where you can take the draw in the first half and then Spain to win at plus 400 in regulation, so you're banking 0-0, and then maybe Spain scores 2 goals in the second half and wins 2-0 or just 1 goal or something like that. But I think that could be a good play if you want to get fun. Anytime goal scorers, certainly Lamine Yamal is going to be popular today. Spain's best goal scorer has been Mikhail Oyarzabal. I probably butchered that. Listen to John Strong and Stu Holden pronounce that a lot better than me on the broadcast today. But he's the favorite. I like the captain, though. Rodri would be the guy that I would look at. He is 10-1 to score an anytime goal, and I think he could find the back of the net today. So that would be my guy. If you want to take a little sprinkler, would be Rodri, the midfielder for Spain. I bet him to score a goal. I took Spain in regulation as well. And then I took a little piece of halftime, full time. So Spain, the game to be tied at half, Spain to win. That's plus 380 at BetMGM. So I like that as well.
All right. Looking at the odds for right now, this is interesting, PJ. I mean, I know we just talked about goal scorers, and I think we will have goals. But for no goal scorer, and that's in obviously regulation, is plus 650. I feel like that should be a little bit longer odds. Like, is that it's plus 650 for no one to score? I know Spain, again, like Spain's more the defensive team. They don't allow goals, so maybe that's part of it. But I feel like that should be a little bit longer odds for no goal scorer, because I don't think we're at 0-0 after 90 minutes. I think either, like you mentioned, Spain wins or we're tied, and we're tied at 1 goal apiece.
It's a good point, because the big talking point, of course, in this matchup is how is Messi and Argentina's offense going to fare against Spain's defense. But kind of think the other side of the ball, Kate, is very fascinating, because Argentina's defense has not been all that impressive. And
Right.
we all think of Spain as this boring team that just wants to win games 1-0, 2-0, because they can. I mean, they haven't had to beat a team 4-2 or anything like that. I think they're capable of it if they have to. But yeah, I think Spain, their offense, I think, is going to generate maybe more opportunities than people are expecting against Argentina's defense that I don't really think is all that great. And watching how England was able to pressure Argentina, generate some chances, I think Spain's going to be able to do the same. So yeah, I'm with you. I think Spain's definitely going to score. So I don't really love, that for it to be a scoreless game going into extra time or anything like that. I definitely think we see a goal.
Grant in our chat said, and I agree with him. I agree with part of this. He said, I'm going to say it'll be 1-1 after 90 and then 2-2 after extra time. Penalty kicks for the win. I hope we have penalty kicks for the win, PJ. Like, as much as I would love to win my bets, I also just want this to be a game that is exciting until the very, like, I want to be hanging on to the edge of my seat all afternoon long, because the moment this show is over, PJ, I'm going straight to the couch. I'm going,
Yep.
I'm getting my water bottle. I'm getting a snack. I'm not moving for the rest of the afternoon. And we're watching the World Cup. And I hope this goes all afternoon long and it's a multi-hour spectacle, because we have to go into, stoppage time and then extra time and then penalty kicks. And all of a sudden it is like, we look up and it's 9 p.m. and the game's still just finishing. And obviously that's an exaggeration. But that's what I hope we get from today, more than anything, because it's been a really good World Cup, and it wouldn't be it wouldn't put a damper on the World Cup at all, but it would be a little bit of a disappointment if this is just a one-sided game from the jump and there really isn't any drama or pomp and circumstance down the stretch of it.
Totally agree. It's funny you say that too. As great as the finish was to the Open Championship with Ryan Fox making like an 8-footer to win the Open, part of me was kind of hoping for a playoff, because then it would have killed more time leading into the World Cup. I would have we would have gotten more golf, wouldn't have had this break. So to your point, it's like, I want as much soccer as I could possibly get with this being the last game. Let's go extra time. Let's go penalty kicks. And if we get a game half as good as that Argentina-France final from 4 years ago, I still can't believe that game was 4 years ago. I remember it. I guess it was 3.5 because they played it in November. But just epic. 3-3, Mbappe, Messi, penalty kicks. So good.
There's not much more you could ask from a game like that than what we had last year. Yeah. Let's hope that's the same. Turn our attention to the NFL for the next hour, talking about the top 10 quarterbacks. That's coming your way. This is Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Game Day, World Cup, Argentina, Spain. We're kicking off here in just moments. While that game's going on, we'll keep you up to date on any scoring throughout over the next hour here. But we have not yet talked NFL today on the show much at all. And we only have 8 weekends until week 1 of the NFL season. It's going to absolutely fly by. We're already almost in August, which basically, PJ, means we're already almost in September, which means the NFL season is here. ESPN recently just put out their annual top 10 quarterbacks list that's voted on by executives. A little controversy throughout. I don't know if you've seen this list. I think you can guess at least the top 5 on it. But I'm going to see if you can guess. Well, first of all, have you looked at the list, PJ? Have you studied this list?
Oh, I've looked at it, Kate. I've studied it. I've lost sleep over it. This list, I got to tell you. I talked about this list on, I was filling in for Nick Costos on Friday on You Better You Bet, and I talked about this list in length. So I know it well.
All right. Well, so you seem to have quite a few opinions on this list, maybe some arguments. Where would you like to start in terms of discussion topics?
We can start towards the bottom and then work our way up. Look, a lot of people are higher on Justin Herbert and Jared Goff than I am. I have Herbert 8th on my list, and I do not have Jared Goff inside my top 10. I think Goff is just a product of great offensive coordinators. When he was with McVay, he was good. When he was with Ben Johnson, he was good. When you give him mediocre play callers, he's just average, and I think that's where he is. He's closer to 15 than I think he is towards 10. So Goff is not in my top 10. Drake May also. So here's my take on Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels. I actually have Jaden Daniels. My list was Dak 6, Jaden Daniels 7, Justin Herbert 8, Caleb Williams 9, and Drake May 10. So I think Drake May is actually third of that QB list with, him and Bo Nix, obviously, and Penix in that draft class as well. My reasoning for putting Jaden Daniels ahead of Caleb Williams and Drake May is they're all entering their third season, and all of their careers have essentially been the same up to this point, where they've each had 1 year where they've been okay, and they've had 1 year where they've been really good. For Jaden Daniels, it was his rookie year. For Drake May and Caleb Williams, it was this past year. Well, if they've all had essentially a similar career out to this point, where they've had a year where they were all good and a year where they were just all okay, I'm just going to put the guy whose good year was the best of the three, and that was Jaden Daniels. I understand Drake May made a Super Bowl. That wasn't because of Drake May. That was because of the Patriots defense that carried him there. The Commanders made it to the NFC Championship game because of Jaden Daniels, because of how great he was. He dragged that Commanders team to the playoffs, to the postseason. And then the reason I put Caleb over Drake May is because I got to give Caleb credit for how great he was in the fourth quarter of a lot of these games. Kind of had an Argentina feel to it, where they were very fortunate, right, to win a lot of these games, Kate. I don't have to tell you. I mean, those 2 Packers games at the end of the year, come on, they had no business winning either of those, and they found a way to win it. So I got to give Caleb credit for that. I just trust Jaden a little bit more. Certainly, Jaden's big question mark coming into this year is from a health standpoint. But if you're telling me all 3 of these quarterbacks are healthy, I definitely trust Jaden Daniels the most of those 3. I think he does more with less. So I just kind of feel like it's all recency bias, Kate. I think we all forget how great Jaden was his rookie year. So it's no knock on Drake May and Caleb Williams. I think both guys are good quarterbacks. I just think Jaden is better. I think he showed that his rookie season. But his big question mark is health, right? It's that old saying, your best ability is availability, and that's definitely a big question he has to answer this season. So yeah, that bottom quadrant for me, I agree with Dak at 6, but my big change is I had Jaden 7, Herbert 8. I had Goff out of there. I had Caleb 9 and Drake May 10.
I mean, I can't really argue with your points, PJ, especially, Jane Daniels, I just started watching quarterback on Netflix. I don't know. The new season came out like a couple of days ago. I'm like 2 episodes in, right? It's one of those shows I sit on the couch. I kind of like play around on my phone, scroll Twitter, Instagram while I'm watching, have it on in the background type of thing. But like Jane Daniels, you forget how good he was his rookie year. And then he was good last season when he was healthy. He played well. He went out for 2 games, came back, played 2 games, was great in those 2 games, and then got hurt again and went out, was out for the season. But so when he's been healthy, he's played really well. So I think he deserves to be on that list. I'm with you. I don't understand. I do understand because the arm talent that Justin Herbert has, but he hasn't done anything. He hasn't won anything, hasn't won in the playoffs. And I guess you could say, okay, well, Caleb Williams, like he hasn't technically won in the playoffs. Yeah, he won a couple games, won a wild card, a divisional round game, but like it's Drake May went to the Super Bowl, but there's holes that you can poke in all of this. I'm wondering if Lamar Jackson needs to be higher on the list. Like, should he be above Burrow? And I would prefer Burrow's arm over Lamar's arm. I would obviously prefer Lamar's legs over Burrow's. I think that's fairly common, and most people would agree with that. But like I earlier this morning on Twitter, there was a video, and I forget where it was or who posted it, but it was like, who's the hardest quarterback? It was someone asking a bunch of current players, who's your favorite quarterback to sack? Who's the hardest quarterback to sack? And Lamar Jackson was everyone's hardest quarterback to sack because you can't bring him down because he's so mobile. So I think, if anything, maybe this list, Lamar Jackson needs to be a little bit higher. Do you put him ahead of Matthew Stafford, who has won a Super Bowl, some NFC championship games? Like, almost yes. But I certainly think he needs to be ahead of Joe Burrow, especially with the lack thereof of what Burrow has done over the last couple of years. We know the talent Burrow has, but you got to stay healthy. You got to be on the field.
Kate, I'll take it one step further. Lamar Jackson, I think, should be number 2 on this list. I would have Patrick Mahomes 1, Lamar 2, Josh Allen 3, Burrow 4, and Stafford 5. So I would have Lamar 2, personally. 2 big reasons for it, okay? If I gave you any quarterback in the history of football, any of them that have ever played the game, and every single one of them played their A++ game, I think Lamar's A++ game is better than any quarterback in the history of the NFL because of what you're talking about. You have guys that are better passers than he is, but he's such a good passer and has proven that he can win from the pocket. And then when you add the legs component to it, I mean, it's ridiculous. The couple of years ago when Josh Allen won MVP over Lamar Jackson, I still don't think people have grasped just what an incredible year Lamar had. He was prime Aaron Rodgers from the pocket. He threw 41 touchdowns and 4 picks. And then on top of that, he rushed for 1,000 yards. Kate, do you know across sports when people are like, imagine if LeBron James could shoot like Steph Curry, right? Imagine if Barry Bonds had like Mike Trout speed. That's literally what Lamar is. He was Aaron Rodgers, but then he also had his speed to go along with it. So I think that's point 1 for Lamar. I still think his best game is better than any quarterback in the league. His ceiling is that high. The second biggest point, and the national media never talks about this. It's always a huge talking point in Baltimore, but the national media never talks about it. Kate, Lamar has played 8 playoff games in his career. You can even say 9 if you want to count the Steelers' regular season game from this past year, which was essentially a playoff game. So we'll count it as 9 playoff games. In those 9 playoff games, do you want to take a guess at how many turnovers his defense has faced or has forced in those 9 games?
Probably like 2, 3.
3. They forced 3.
Really?
3 turnovers, Kate. I watched Drake May's defense force 5 turnovers for him in 1 game against the Patriots this past year. CJ Stroud, since he's been the starter of the Texans, his defense has scored 3 touchdowns for him. Last time I checked, football was a team game. You can only do so much on offense. Josh Allen's defense gets some turnovers. Patrick Mahomes' defense gets some turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody criticizes Lamar for not winning. They want him to be Superman. He doesn't get extra possessions in the postseason. It's really hard to win in the playoffs, and it's really hard to win when your defense doesn't get you turnovers. So the fact that nobody talks about that just drives me crazy. And Kate, honestly, he gets held to a different standard than everybody else because he is so great. And it's like, Josh Allen and Mahomes can do certain things and they get a pass for it, but everybody is constantly waiting for Lamar to fail because of how great he was and because of how wrong people were about him as a quarterback coming into the league. So I'm definitely biased. I'm sure there'll be people that agree, but there will also be plenty of people that disagree. But I just think those are the two main things. I still think his best game is the best in the NFL. And I think because his defense time and time again just never helps him out in the biggest games. I mean, what do you want the guy to do? Like, I watch all these playoff games and all these teams force turnovers. And I watch a Ravens game and it never happens. So that's why I think he's two.
PJ, we had a near goal.
We did.
Right there.
We did.
In Spain. Wow.
That was Lamine Yamal too,
okay.
almost.
Was it?
Yep.
So yeah, I can see how passionate you are about this list, PJ. You really have been studying this list over the last
drives
couple
me
of days.
Crazy. Like I don't disagree that Josh Allen isn't a terrific quarterback. He is fantastic. He's a Hall of Famer. He is an all-time great. He was built in the lab. He is fantastic. But how he consistently gets held to this level of greatness and like people don't appreciate Lamar, it just it bothers me. It truly bothers me.
It is interesting that Josh Allen is above Mahomes, and maybe part of this is like Mahomes going into this season. That's kind of trickling into people's minds of like, is he going to be fully healthy? What's that going to look like? But yeah, having Lamar down that far. See, I had not even, and I mean, you're in the Baltimore area, and you're not in the Baltimore area. You're from Baltimore though, PJ, correct? You're from Baltimore. So, you follow that.
Yes.
I had never heard that stat about the Ravens defense in Lamar Jackson's playoff games. Like never
Not many
heard
people
that.
have, right? They don't talk about it.
And that really
they don't
puts
talk
things
about
into perspective a lot, because you're right. Anytime I mean, this is a narrative that going into the past couple seasons, I feel like I have specifically even said this, which maybe I need to check myself as well, of like, well, Lamar just can't get it done in the playoffs, just kind of can't get over that hump. Lamar in the playoffs is never quite pans out. Well, you take a look at what his defense has done, according to that stat. And yeah, I wouldn't be able to, not too many people would be able to get it done in the playoffs with that. You mentioned Jared Goff being a product of really good offensive coaching, and I 100% agree with you on that. We saw that last year with Ben Johnson gone. All of a sudden, Goff's production a little bit dips a little bit, not quite of the caliber we had seen in the previous seasons. I don't want to say that that's going to be Caleb, or that is Caleb Williams at all. And I mean, the Bears, they have Ben Johnson now as their head coach, and Caleb thrived last year under Ben Johnson. I'm hoping that, as a Bears fan, my hope is Caleb and Ben are together forever. Yeah, they ride off into the sunset when both their careers are over. They're the Brady and Belichick. They win a bunch of Super Bowls. But like, what happens if Ben Johnson does move on in 5-6 years? Is that going to be Caleb Williams? Similar to Jared Goff, where he's the product of a really good head coach, really good offensive play caller. I don't think that that's the case, but you just kind of wonder when you have a player like Jared Goff who thrives so much under Ben Johnson, and all of a sudden in the first year for Caleb Williams, he's thriving under Ben Johnson. Like, let's hope that Ben Johnson can kind of get the best out of Caleb Williams, and we don't look up in 5-6 years and kind of be saying the same things about him as we are about Jared Goff if Ben Johnson isn't with him.
Right. I mean, that's the big question. Ben Johnson is obviously proven. It's only been 1 year, but that dude's one of the best coaches in the NFL. He is legit. The Bears have a great offensive line. But it's just, again, my biggest question is the way that the Bears won those games. We've talked about the 2024 Chiefs a lot on the show today. All those one-score games that they won. Well, last year, Kate, they were 0-5. They were 0-6 in one-score games, right? So all of those games that they were finding ways to win 2 years ago, they lost all of them last year. that's my fear for the Bears this season. You won all those close games this past year. Is that like sustainable? Are you going to get a lot better? Are you going to be more dominant so you don't have to rely on those fourth quarter comebacks? That's just my biggest question. And Caleb, he is in my top 10 because I think the talent, it's very much like Herbert. Like, the talent is off the charts. He can make every throw. He makes 1 or 2 plays a game where you're just like, that was insane.
Right.
But I question a little bit the consistency with Caleb. I feel like there are too many games or there are too many halves of football where I watch with Caleb where I'm just like, doesn't look good today. And I'm sure Bears fans feel that way too. He was, again, the fourth quarter last year in those games, he was fantastic.
Yeah, that's the thing with Caleb. You can't, that's not a sustainable career to have or sustainable for a team to win in terms of like the Hail Mary type situations late game where you're kind of throwing up a prayer type of thing. And yeah, it's more than just a prayer. Like, there's skill and all of that. But that's not sustainable for Caleb long-term for his career or the Bears as a whole. So I'm with you on that one. Here are 2 names that are honorable mention, PJ, that have won Super Bowls. Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
They're not on that list. How can you be a Super Bowl winner and not be on the list, PJ?
The Darnold thing is interesting, and I think I fall victim to this, where you almost have to have amnesia with his time with the Jets, right? That's what so much of this is. It's we all still have that image of what Darnold looked like with the Jets, that I don't think we still appreciate how good he was with the Seahawks last season, how good he was in the playoffs. You also wonder how good he would have been and how successful Seattle would have been without that defense. So I have no issues with putting Darnold in the top 10. Like you said, he won a Super Bowl. He was great last season. Even as good as that defense was, they don't win a Super Bowl if Darnold didn't play as well as he played in the postseason. So I'm totally here for Darnold being in it. Jalen's an interesting one, man. He's almost kind of like Joe Flacco in a sense when Flacco was with the Ravens, to where like in the regular season, he has some great moments and then he has some games where he's just terrible, but he shows up in the big games. Like, if we were doing a top 10 list of quarterbacks that you would want in the playoffs, Hurts is in the top 5. Like, there's no question. But it's like, top 10 quarterbacks list, like, I just don't love Jalen day-to-day, game-to-game. That Eagles roster is so good. You wonder, without a good O-line, without a good defense, like, how good would he be? So I think he's a little like Flacco-ish, where he's just got to get to the big games, and you have concerns of him doing that. But if he does get there, he's proven it time and time again. His 2 best games might be his Super Bowl games, and that's a big testament to him.
Right. All right. We're going to take another break here. We got more NFL on the other side. Another list. We love lists at this point in the season. Top 8 new duos in the NFL, coach and player. What are those, and which ones do we think are going to have the best and biggest impact this upcoming season? We'll talk about that on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. couch for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Got a 0-0 game. 18 minutes in, Spain, Argentina. No score yet. A couple good opportunities. It's looked like one shot on goal for Spain. But PJ, it's still kind of, teams are just kind of getting warmed up, getting their feet under them right now.
They definitely are, as you would expect with any big match, any big title game. There's a little feeling out process between both teams. It does look like the game plan Argentina came in with was they want to go vertical on Spain. I'm seeing a lot of deep balls with their defenders trying to spring their attackers to go forward and win those one-on-ones. And, even though they haven't had some success, like there have been some brief moments where I'm watching on TV and I'm like, so they clearly have come in with the strategy and I think it's a good one. You're not going to beat Spain passing the ball 25 times. You gotta hit some deep ones, and that's what they're trying to do. And then on the flip side, as we would expect, Spain has dominated possession so far. They've gotten majority of the opportunities. The ball has been on Argentina's side of the field for most of the game here up to this first 19 minutes. But again, other than that really opening opportunity for Lamal, there hasn't been any high danger opportunities up to this point. The game is kind of going as I would expect, but as the longer that we go on here and it stays a 0-0 game, that is definitely advantage Argentina.
Yep. Talked about that plenty today. We'll keep our eye on this game, keep you updated if anyone puts the ball in net. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressive.com. Going to continue talking some NFL. Just talked about ESPN's top 10 quarterback list. There was also Ben Solak put out a list of new coach player scheme pairings to watch, PJ. And with some changes around the NFL, both player personnel and coaching staff changes, there are some good ones that we can keep an eye on this year. I don't know if these are in order of his most exciting ones or if they are just some of the top 8. But we have Sean Payton, Jalen Waddle, Brian Daboll, Cam Ward, Kevin O'Connell and Kyler Murray, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Evans, Chris Shula, Myles Garrett, Mike McDonald, Omarion Hampton, Clint Kubiak, Brock Bowers, and Robert Saleh, Jeff Simmons. Of those, the ones that stand out to me the most, Kyle Shanahan and Mike Evans. I think Mike Evans is going to be phenomenal in San Francisco. And then Brian Daboll and Cam Ward. I'm interested to see what getting a quarterback coach, and Brian Daboll, famously was Josh Allen's quarterback coach early on in his career, kind of helped him develop. Cam Ward getting some really good coaching. What does that do to his career? Again, we just talked last segment about Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson and that pairing and what that did for Caleb in year 2. I'm wondering what Brian Daboll in year 2 for Cam Ward might be able to bring out of him.
I agree with you. I would add another one to this list, and I'm excited to see what Jesse Minter does with Kyle Hamilton. I think that is going to be really fun to watch. I'm excited to watch because he did such a good job with that Chargers secondary last year, and Kyle's one of the best secondary players in football. He's a Swiss Army knife. I think that'll be really good. Some of these defensive pairings he has, like Solid, Jeff Simmons, I think is a good one. He had Chris Shula and Myles Garrett on the list. I mean, Kate, it could be me and Myles Garrett on the list. I think Myles Garrett would be just fine. You know what I mean? I don't know how much coaching Myles Garrett needs. The offensive ones, though, like you said, intriguing. I'm with you on Mike Evans. Even at this stage in his career, I think he has some left to give. He's so consistent in his production. And I think he's going to be a really good target for Brock Purdy. O'Connell and Kyler Murray, I actually think I'd have number 1 on this list, to be honest with you. I think that's
I was going to throw that one out there.
Because
be good.
we all have respect for KOC. He's one of the best offensive minds in the football. There's no doubt about it. And Kyler, it just felt like it was time for a change. He kind of ran his course in Arizona. They were never going to win anything with him. He was never going to really develop into anything more than he was. But now you have a chance for a fresh change of scenery. You get to throw to one of the best receivers in the NFL. You get to be coached by one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. I think it's going to be a good fit, Kate. I really do. And I'm excited to watch how KOC caters an offense to a mobile quarterback like this. Like JJ McCarthy can run, but certainly not like Kyler Murray. So I think that part of it's going to be very fun as well. Look, a lot of people are high on the Titans this year, me included. I'm kind of almost getting nervous, to be honest with you, if I was a Titans fan, just because of how trendy it feels like Tennessee is. But yeah, there's a lot of excitement. Again, Dable was vital into the progression of Josh Allen throughout his career. So you see that track record, and you can only wonder what he's going to do with Cam Ward. The Jalen Waddle and Sean Payton one is an interesting. It kind of gives me vibes to like when Sean Payton had Brandon Cooks in New Orleans, or even when he had a Darren Sproles there, like just that complete game changer and speedster and somebody that can open up a game. I think that could be a really fun pairing as well. But of everybody on that list, Kate, I think KOC and Kyler Murray for me would be one, because that NFC North division, as we know, can make a case for any of those four teams. And Goff, like people think he's a top 10 quarterback. Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, these are quarterbacks that could be considered in the top 10 as well. Nobody is Kyler Murray in their top 10, but it points throughout his career he could be considered a top 10 quarterback. And, maybe this could be like a Darnold going to Seattle for him, or a Baker going to Tampa for him, or something like that. And it wouldn't shock me if it was.
Well, for Vikings fans, I think they would love that, because they gave up Sam Darnold, who then went to Seattle and won a Super Bowl. So if this could be a Sam Darnold situation with Kyler Murray coming in Minnesota, I think that would make Vikings fans very happy. You made a great point of like KOC with a mobile quarterback. Kirk Cousins was not a mobile quarterback. Like, he was not scrambling. He was not running. And yet KOC got a ton out of Cousins in his time there. And so you add now the element of being able to scramble and move around and extend plays. And I think, if anything, Justin Jefferson will probably benefit from that a ton as well, because if Kyler Murray can extend plays, you better believe Justin Jefferson's finding a way to get himself open. And I mean, play's going to break down, but still with his talent's going to be able to find open spots on the field and go up and get those passes. So I think that Minnesota certainly could be a team that I know they weren't technically worst in the division last year. I know the Lions technically were the bottom of the division, but they were, I think they had the same overall record, but Minnesota beat Detroit. And so that wise, they weren't the worst, but like Minnesota could go worst-ish to first in that division if KOC and Kyler Murray are kind of the match made in heaven that Vikings fans, again, would like to hope that they can be. Mike McDaniel, Amari Hampton, PJ, that's an interesting one to me as well. I think Mike McDaniel, with this not being a head coach and just being the offensive coordinator, I think that's going to be really good for him. He's not going to have to worry about all the hoopla, about all the stuff that head coaches have to do. All he has to do is game plan that offense. And we know he's a great offensive mind. And you have really talented players on that Chargers offense that maybe this is finally the year where we say, okay, Justin Herbert fully deserves to be in the conversation as a top 10 quarterback. And we don't have to continue questioning why he's in the top 10. But that also, Amari Hampton is the one on this list, and what he's done in his rookie season, I think certainly with a play caller, Mike McDaniel, he could be someone who, really takes his game to the next level this year.
It's a great call, and I'm totally with you. Mike McDaniel, the head coach, I'm good. I'll pass. Mike McDaniel, the OC, very much interested. Mm-hmm. And yeah, those running backs in Miami were always productive. A-Chain was a great threat as a runner and receiver. And Hampton, when he was at North Carolina, he was the same way. The Chargers really only used him as like a running back this year, as somebody to just give the ball to. They didn't really use him enough as a receiver, I felt like. I think McDaniel might get the most out of that with Hampton. So I think that's a good call as well. He's got Clint Kubiak and Brock Bowers on the list too. I'm a fan of Kubiak. I think that was a good hire by the Raiders. His biggest job is definitely going to be getting the most out of Mendoza. But I think at this point, Brock Bowers is so established, it kind of doesn't matter who the OC is. Like, he'd still kind of put up numbers. He's just that good. But again, Kubiak, the schemes that he has, the type of plays, Are there ways that he can get him open when he knows that certainly Bowers is going to be the absolute focus point of that entire Raiders offense when they pass the ball? Him and Genti are the two guys that you got to stop. But yeah, very interesting list. For me though, O'Connell and Kyler Murray, I can't wait to see how that plays out this year.
Yeah. I kind of thought the same about Brock Bowers. Like, he had Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator last year, and then Greg Olson? Greg Olson took over as the interim offensive coordinator after Kelly was fired. So, like, I don't think he's necessarily had, like, the most talented offensive coordinators that you could have in the league, and yet Brock Bowers is one of the top tight ends in the league. So I'm with you that, like, Kubiak's great, but I'm not sure he necessarily moves the needle a ton, where Bowers is kind of already established. The rest of these players are like, can they kind of revive their career a little bit or continue on that trajectory? Like Mike Evans, can he continue his level of play with Kyle Shanahan? I mean, I think the answer to that right now is yes. Kyler Murray, can he revive his career a little bit with the better head coach in KOC? Cam Ward, can he develop better with Brian Dable? The Jalen Waddle, I mean, established to me. Brock Bowers, established. Myles Garrett, established. Robert Saleh, Jeff Simmons. That's another one that's on the list, and I just kind of feel like, okay, yeah, sure, good with that one. But it's the Evans, it's the Murray, and it's the Cam Ward for me.
Totally agree. Yeah, the Titans, again, I'm one of these people. I understand why people are so excited. I think they have a chance to be improved. I think there's a chance, too, that they could potentially win that division. It just makes me so nervous when everybody is on the same team. Kate, this week in the Open Championship, and I'm a big golf guy, so, I follow a lot of these people on Twitter, and I get a lot of the content. Matt Fitzpatrick had to be the most popular golfer I'd ever seen for a tournament in my entire life. When I tell you 90% of the things I saw, people were picking Fitzpatrick. It was unbelievable. His odds dropped from like 22-1 to 15-1 to win the tournament. Like, all this steam was coming in on him. He missed the cut. He just never had a chance. So, that's just how it works with this stuff. Like, when everybody's on the same thing, when everything's so popular, you just got to be careful. So I'm a little concerned about the Titans because it does feel like they're everybody's trendy team this year. The Raiders were that way last year. A lot of people liked the Raiders, thought they were going to with Pete Carroll taking over and Geno coming in. They turned out to be the worst team in the NFL. I don't think the Titans are going to be the worst team in the NFL, but I'm concerned.
Also, I know I keep bringing this up, PJ, and you're probably like, gosh, shut up. No one watches this. But like, quarterback on Netflix, Cam Ward is on there. So people are probably going to either hate Cam Ward or they're going to fall in love with Cam Ward, and they're going to fall in love with the Titans even more than they already are. And they're going to become even more of a trendy team than they already are. That is the last time I will bring up quarterback on this show, PJ. You will not have to hear about that anymore from me. We're going to take a break. We're going to wrap up the show on the other side. We're going to give you our 3 stars of the day. That is coming your way as we wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Game Day, it's PJ Glasser, it's Kate Constable here with you. We are scoreless in the World Cup. A couple of minutes away from the 40th minute, exactly the 37th minute right now. Keeping our eye on this one. Well, over the next 10 minutes, if anything happens, we will update you. We are going to give out some best bets here in a moment. First, just so we get this in and aren't up against the clock, thank you to Mike behind the scenes out in Culver City, for Grant and Max behind the scenes as well here with us, for PJ Glasser joining me, co-hosting today. PJ, always great to have you. And then Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com and Martino Puccio of Game Day Garage and That Milan podcast for joining us earlier in the show to talk Cleveland sports and, of course, the World Cup. A lot of great guests here today. Again, we'll give out a couple bets if we have time to close out the show here in a couple moments. But as we do each week, we like to do our 3 stars of the day, 3 of the best moments on the show or throughout the week. So let's start us off. Here is the 3 stars of the day.
This team, they're as well-rounded as any team in the tournament. They just play a different style, right? Like when you think about France, you think about Mbappe and Dembele and Olise and Barcola, and they're just going. They're trying to just rip you down the middle, through the sides. They just want to come at you any which way. Spain is a little bit more patient. They're a little bit more wary of, we're not going to allow you to beat us on the counterattack, so we're not going to push everybody forward. But guys, they have this dude Cucurella, plays on the left. He's got the beautiful flowing hair. You'll see it tomorrow. You can't miss him. He's able to go up and be a danger in the box. They can score because they have a guy like Lamine Yamal or Yartabal who are just so spectacular in those set pieces as well. It's one of those situations where, like, they're just so talented all around. They could potentially win this game 3-0 tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, it is 0-0 right now, but that is Alex Solana from yesterday's BetMGM Game Day show, kind of talking about how Spain's game, how patient they can be. PJ, they've been pretty patient here today. It is 0-0, and we're entering the 40th minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, Spain definitely, well, like Alex was saying, they look like the better team. I've been watching the guy with the flowing hair on the side that he was talking about. He's making some plays as well. I like the way I would pronounce Olazabal too. But Argentina, Kate, it's just kind of what they've done. You know, Spain looks like the better team. They probably dominate up to this point, but still 0-0 right now.
Yeah, Argentina, they just kind of hang around and pounce late in the game.
Yep.
Whenever the opponent makes a mistake, and we'll see if that happens again today. Still plenty of game left to be played. All right, let's hit it. Here's number 2.
2.
The floor is moving beneath you in the East. The teams around you are making big-time moves, and the Cavs are basically putting all of their eggs in this one basket. I mean, they definitely called around on Jaylen Brown, non-Evan Mobley trade offer edition, and they were trying to make other moves. But where they're at right now, if they think like running it back is not going to be good enough next year, and they made the Eastern Conference Finals. That's first time they've done that without LeBron in over 30 years. That's all well and good, but the East, even before the Giannis trade and before the Jaylen Brown trade, like we're still talking about Boston coming back with a healthy Jason Tatum next year. We're still talking about the Pacers, who were a lottery team last year, getting Tyrese Halliburton back, their last 2 Eastern Conference champions, who were severely hampered last year, coming back to full strength. And now Jaylen Brown's going to Philly. And now Giannis is going to the Heat. And the Pistons are going to get better internally because they're young. Like all these teams are going to get a lot better.
That is Jimmy Watkins, writer for Cleveland.com. talking about how the floor in the East is moving. A lot of these teams getting better. Lou Dort traded from OKC to Atlanta today. That just kind of increases their depth. And then PJ, obviously the LeBron sweepstakes, the LeBron watch is still in effect. And Jimmy Watkins thought Cavs still have a very good shot at bringing LeBron home.
Without a doubt, I would say most would make him the favorite up to this point, with LeBron going back home, finishing it where it started. And look, if he did go to the Cavs, this was a team that made the Eastern Conference Final last year. I know that some other teams got better, but they would definitely have a good shot of getting back. And the East, as we've talked about earlier, is really deep this season. The Wizards are going to be much better. The Pacers get Halliburton back. So you're looking at like 12 or 11, 12 teams, Kate, that would be no shock to any of us if they make the postseason.
Yeah, the playoff race in the East is going to be fun to watch this year because you're right. There are plenty of teams that are viable. All right, here is number one for today.
1.
Semantics with arguments and like he needs to win this tournament. Not a lot of people like realistically look at it like, did they have a great chance? Did they have a great team? They really didn't in the 2010s. They were ran very poorly as a federation and an organization to build around him to make him the most successful. Like he carried them to multiple finals. They just missed out on penalty kicks or lost in extra time to Germany. There's nothing left you can say. It's just adding to this legacy and sort of distancing himself from number 2 of like, okay, you're great, but can you beat me? Like Tom Brady, it was wrapped up, I think, after he won his 3rd Super Bowl or arguably beating Seattle that time. You're like, okay, yeah, it's done. But then he just kept going. And then you're like, whoa, are we ever going to see anything come close to it at this point? Because it's one thing to do it at age 30. You're age 39 in this tournament, and you're the best player. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. And if he were to win today, it's just sort of Elway going out on top with his back-to-back. It's MJ beating the Jazz in 98. It's sort of that storybook ending.
Yeah, if Messi wins today, if Argentina wins, it will be quite the storybook ending for him and his career, not only just overall, but his World Cup career. For sure. I mean, there isn't much more you can compare an ending like that to, PJ, in all of sports, but specifically in football.
Yeah, I mean, there was this debate, in this era, Messi, Ronaldo, he won that World Cup, and then it pretty much kind of sealed that. And now he wins this one today, Kate. And you're talking about, again, like entering the Mount Rushmore of greatest athletes ever territory. You win 2 World Cups, go back-to-back. You're still the best player in the world at age 39. He's done everything, and he just continues to add to it.
Those are our 3 stars of the day. Again, Martino Puccio, Jimmy Watkins, and Alex Solana. Thanks to them for joining us today. PJ, we have a couple minutes left. Any best bets that you have today? We have a lot of MLB games already going on, but Dodgers-Yankees tonight. Dodgers took game 1 of the doubleheader, a makeup from July 18th, but we have Sunday night baseball tonight with game 2 between Dodgers and Yankees. Any plays?
Soon enough, Kate. Soon enough. We're having Sunday night football.
Right? Getting out of my
Dodgers, Yankees. Yeah, it looks like the Dodgers are going to win. They did. They won 8-2 game 1. So now we'll get game 2.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wait to see who the starters are for that game. I would think the Yankees are going to win. Coming into today, I felt like it was probably going to be a split. You had Yamamoto and Schlittler pitching in this first game. But the Yankees at home tonight, I think they probably get a split here in the doubleheader. So I would lean there. Honestly, after the Open and the World Cup today, Kate, though, I'm probably going to just save some money here as we start to inch closer and closer to football season and pick and choose my spots with baseball. Nothing that jumped out at me today. But how about the Red Sox? 12 in a row now for Boston. This was a team that was 11 games under 500. They were one of the worst teams in the MLB. Now they're 50-49, and they'd make the playoffs if it started today. They've gone from sellers to buyers, and not only have they won 12 in a row, they just swept Tampa 4 games. So it's pretty incredible how well they're playing right now.
Yeah, that's been a phenomenal story in baseball right now. did not have that on my bingo card for them to rattle off that many wins over this stretch. I'm with you. I don't have any MLB bets today. I honestly don't have any WNBA bets today, but just looking at the WNBA schedule, Angel Reese is playing her former team in the Chicago Sky. That game starts in about 10 minutes. If you wanted something fun, just a sprinkle, I would look at Angel Reese, her rebounds prop. Maybe you could ladder that up. It's already high. You're looking at 13 and a half, so essentially 14 rebounds. Maybe you ladder that up. Angel Reese, there was, some drama with her and Sandy Brandello in the W over the last couple of days. She's going up against her former team. I think Angel Reese comes out and puts on a show. So I would say that would be my only look as to bets for today in the WNBA or elsewhere. But PJ, it's time that we head out, that we go and watch the World Cup on the big screen and not just our computer screens in front of us. So thanks to everyone who joined us today. Again, thanks to all the guys and the crew behind the scene, always working hard for us. PJ, great hosting with you again this week. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we will see you back here next week. This has been BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.